died. Suddenly his brief career as a night warrior didn't seem so damned glamorous anymore. He shaded his eyes with his hand. The sun was almost gone now, but it was still dazzling. He thought he could make out somebody walking toward him across the sloping beach, a tall blonde girl in a black swimsuit, carrying a pink towel and a pink beach bag. There were dozens of girls on this beach, schoolgirls mostly, who came to swim and sunbathe after class. But there was something about this particular girl that caught his attention. Something familiar about the way she walked. He sucked his cigarette down to the filter and then flicked it onto the sand. He couldn't suppress a feeling of deep dread as the girl came nearer and nearer, and at last came up the wooden steps and approached him. She was as tall as he was, taller, and flawlessly beautiful. Straight nose, full pink lips, grape-green eyes. Her black latex swimsuit gleamed like a second rubbery skin, clinging to large, rounded breasts and cut right up over her hips. She had legs that seemed to start at Henry's shoulder level and go on and on and on until they finally tapered into her ankles. "Hello, Henry," she said, smiling. "Hello yourself," Henry replied with a conspicuous lack of grace. The girl came up close to him and leaned her back against the railings. "How's Lenny?" she asked. "Lenny's doing great. When you consider what he's been through. He stammers a little. He cries easily. But he's a terrific little boy. If Andrea hadn't been such a bitch, I could have had a grandson like that." The girl brushed hair away from her face. "You were destined for other things, Henry." Henry shrugged. "I didn't think that being a night warrior was compulsory. Otherwise, I would have burned my draft card." "Are you frightened?" Henry looked at her narrowly. "More to the point, are you frightened?" The girl turned around and gazed at the ocean. Her swimsuit was cut startlingly high at the back. The cheeks of her bottom were golden and perfect. If Henry hadn't known that she was nothing more than a collection of projected information, a living hologram, he would have found her very disturbing indeed. But she wasn't real in the same sense that he was real, and he knew from experience that she could just as easily have appeared on the beach as a man or a child or any one of 100 personalities or shades of personality. After a while, she said, "We're not at all sure what's happening. Something is coming through from the other side, some very powerful and very malevolent force. It materializes in Lenny's dreams and actually takes on substance in the material world. It kills at random, very cruelly. Then it vanishes." "Sounds like a must to avoid," Henry remarked wryly. The girl turned to him with a serious face. "Unfortunately, Henry, you must do the opposite. You must not avoid it, but go to meet it head on." "Me? You want me to confront this thing? I thought I was just doing a little babysitting here." "You're the charge keeper. You carry the source of all of the power. I want you to enter Lenny's dream before this force has a chance to manifest itself and destroy it." "On my own?" asked Henry. The girl nodded. "It is far stronger than anything we have come across before. You may very well need all the energy at your disposal, i.e., you take the others with you, you won't be able to use so much energy, because of course you will need quite a large proportion of it to get all of you back to the waking world." Henry thought about this. "I don't know. I'm not too happy about going on my own. I'd prefer to take Gil, or Susan maybe, to watch my back. I'm not as young as I was. My reactions are a whole lot slower." The girl said, I'm sorry, Henry. The risk is too high. If you fail to destroy this force the very first time you encounter it, you will never get the opportunity to catch it by surprise a second time. It will immediately pursue you into the real world and kill you without compunction. Springer, Henry began, but then he shook his head. God damn it! I wish I'd never set eyes on you. It's your destiny, Henry, said the girl called Springer, reaching out and touching Henry's arm. You can't avoid your destiny, no matter how hard you try. So you keep telling me, Henry complained. I will be watching, Springer told him. All you have to do is to make sure that you enter Lenny's dream as soon as she falls asleep. Then hunt down that force and give it a charge of maximum power before it can take on physical shape. I don't know, said Henry. I can't say I'm particularly happy about all of this. You don't seem to have worked it out much in advance, no forward planning. When we fought against the demon Yamoeatl, we knew just as little. Henry brushed back his wind-blown hair. That was different. Turning into night warriors was new to us then, a completely novel experience. It was exciting. And there were 4 of us after all. The girl stood beside Henry without saying anything more, and meanwhile the sun disappeared into the ocean and the sky began to fade. Henry took out another cigarette. He struck a match, and there was a momentary sharpness of burned sulphur in the wind. He smoked without taking the cigarette out of his mouth, and kept both slitted eyes on Springer, as if he expected Springer to change into a man right in front of his eyes. I'll think about it, he said at last. Meet me tomorrow, and we'll talk it over some more. Henry, I'm sorry. You don't have any time to think about it. Lenny is asleep now. As soon as it gets wholly dark, the force that's hiding inside of him could take on material shape. And then what? And then it could kill you in your bed. Henry was silent for a while. Then he said, I don't even have a choice, then. That's what you're trying to tell me? I have to go after this force, whether I want to or not. Kill or be killed. Thanks a million. I'm sorry, said Springer. A young boy in fluorescent pink and green jams, with a surfboard under one arm and a James Dean haircut, called out, Woo-wee, baby! Wanna boogie? But Springer totally ignored him. She added, more gently, The night warriors have a historical duty, Henry. Choice doesn't enter into it. Henry turned to look at his beach house and at the shuttered window where Lenny already lay asleep. In spite of the warmth of the evening wind, he shivered. Chapter 10. Norman Clay leaned over and whispered something in his brother's ear. Uh-huh. Thaddeus nodded. Mm-hmm. Uh-huh. What's he saying? John wanted to know. Thaddeus circled the room, both hands held out as if he were feeling the texture of the air. He says it came from here. It came from the house. He can sense it. Is it still here? Asked Diane. Norman shook his head and whispered in Thaddeus's ear yet again. Thaddeus said, It's gone now, but it was here for a very long time. Decades, maybe centuries. Ever since the house was built, maybe earlier. You're trying to tell me the house was haunted, John said. Thaddeus pulled a face. Not exactly haunted. That's the wrong word. But the thing was here, no question about it. Just like there's no doubt that now it's gone. At Diane's suggestion, they'd all gathered at John's house on 3rd Street. Diane had argued that if they could possibly track the influence to its source, they might be able to discover what it was and how they could exterminate it. She and John had met up with Thaddeus and Norman Clay at the hospital, and they had all driven here in Diane's station wagon. "How old is this house?" asked Thaddeus. "One of the oldest in the city," said John. "At least parts of it are. Maybe not as venerable as Alfred's Alley, but still pretty historic. The realtor told us that it predates the Constitution, so what are we talking about? 200 years plus." "And this room?" Thaddeus wanted to know. "This was original." "I guess so. It seems like it's central to the whole structure of the house." While they were talking, Norman was edging his way around the perimeter of the sitting room, touching the walls with his fingertips. Every now and then he paused and closed his eyes, as if he were listening to faraway music. Then he continued, occasionally moving chairs and tables away from the wall, even removing a painting, so that he could absorb the accumulated memories of 200 years. All of the lives that had been lived out here, all of the human drama to which these walls had been witness. All of the crying, the laughing, the Christmases, the happy summers, and something else, too. Something black and secret and infinitely evil. Something that had been waiting here for Lenny to come along. Norman reached a point by the window. In the daytime, there was an angular view out into the yard from here, but tonight the windows showed nothing but darkness and their own reflected faces. He stopped, one hand pressed flat against the plaster. He closed his eyes. Then he went on a little way, but he soon returned to the same spot by the window. He smoothed his hand over it, then bent forward and tentatively sniffed it. "Anything?" asked Diane. "Smell it for yourself," Norman suggested. Diane approached the place that Norman was pointing out. It was about 4 feet up from the floor on the right side of the window. There was an area no bigger than Norman's hand where the wallpaper was slightly discolored. "Oh, yes," said John. "Jennifer mentioned that. It's a damp patch, something to do with water being drawn into the wall by osmosis. We were going to have it looked at by a builder if it got any worse." Diane sniffed it and immediately wrinkled up her nose. "What a hideous stench! What is it?" "I don't know," said Thaddeus, "but I think we ought to find out. John, do you have any tools anyplace? A hammer and chisel, maybe. And do you mind if we hack out this place in the wall to find out what it is?" "Go ahead," John told him. "The tools are in the garage." Norman spread newspapers on the carpet and knelt down in front of the wall. He tore off a wide strip of wallpaper and began to chop away at the plaster with a hammer and a metal dog. The plaster came away easily in dusty lumps. Thaddeus picked one of them up and hefted it in his hand. "Looks like this part of the wall is original. You see this plaster? All horsehair and road sweepings." Gradually, Norman widened the hole in the plaster until he exposed the bare brick. He rested back on his haunches for a moment or two, then attacked the mortar with the edge of the chisel, dislodging first one brick and then a small shower of them. "Just make sure you leave some of the old place standing," John told him. Norman sniffed again at the hole in the wall. "It was here," said Thaddeus, watching his brother and interpreting every response. "Whatever it was right here." Diane wheeled John a little closer so that he could see what was going on. "Do you have any idea what it was?" John asked. "Not yet," Thaddeus replied. "But it was extremely evil. Norman says he never felt anything so evil." With a squeaking, grating noise, Norman wrested out 2 more bricks with the chisel, opening up a large cavity in the wall. A soft draught blew out of it, a draught that had funneled through absolute darkness. And now they could all smell the sweetish odor of recent decay. Norman unbuttoned his shirt cuff, rolled up his sleeve, and cautiously reached inside the cavity, until his arm had disappeared up to his elbow.
"Just be careful," Diane warned. "Don't forget what happened to Sister Perpetua."
"Now she reminds me," said Norman, his arm deep inside the wall. He groped around for a while, and then he suddenly wrinkled up his face in disgust and said quietly, "Oh, shit." "What is it?" asked John. "Did you find something?" With an expression of total revulsion, Norman slowly withdrew his arm from the cavity. He hesitated for a moment, then dragged out a huge, slimy handful of something black, like rotting ox liver. Part of it was covered in a thin, black, wrinkled caul. The rest was glistening and putrescent and teeming with blowfly maggots. The smell was so strong that Diane retched and had to turn away. "Oh, my God," said John, as Norman dropped it with a glutinous splattering sound on the newspaper that he'd spread on the floor. "What is that?" Norman wiped his hand again and again on a crumpled-up sheet of newspaper. "I don't know, man. Something dead." "Is it an animal?" asked John. "I mean, was it an animal?" But Diane turned around and looked at the mess with deep distaste and said, "I know what it is. At least, I think I know what it is. I did midwifery once. It's an afterbirth." "An afterbirth?" said John. "What the hell is an afterbirth doing in the wall?" Thaddeus rose from where he'd been crouching near the newspaper, covering his mouth and his nose with his hand. Norman stood up too, and whispered something in Thaddeus's ear. Thaddeus nodded. "That black thing that killed your wife, the same thing that killed the Pellings and Sister Perpetua. Norman thinks it was born here," he said. "Here? In this wall?" John demanded. "How can any living creature be born in a wall?" "John," said Thaddeus, "this is nothing but guesswork. But we're not talking about anything human here, remember? We're talking about something that could have been waiting in this wall for 200 years. An embryo, almost. Norman thinks that this cavity could have taken the place of a nest or a womb. Do you understand what I mean? The bricks inside are lined with slime. And here we have an afterbirth, or what looks like an afterbirth." "Burn it," said John. No, Diane interrupted. "Just scrape it into a plastic bag. I want to take it to the biology department. Seth Maxwell can analyze it for me." "Are you sure?" asked Thaddeus. "Of course I'm sure," Diane insisted. "Don't you understand how important this could be? If you're right, if this has been here for 200 years, it could be the first genuine sample of real psychic ectoplasm that anybody has ever been able to take to a laboratory and analyze." John said, "What worries me, supposing you are right, and this really is the afterbirth of something that was born inside this wall, then can you imagine what that something must be like? And it's inside of my son, Thaddeus. It's actually inside of him." Norman went through to the kitchen and came back with a heavy-duty garbage bag. Together, he and Thaddeus picked up the slimy afterbirth and dropped it inside. "Here you are," said Thaddeus, handing the bag to Diane, "and you're welcome to it." He checked his watch. "Norman and me, we're going to go to the Historical Society on Locust and see if we can't check back on the history of this particular house. Maybe we can dig up something that will give us a clue to what this thing was doing in the wall." At that moment, the telephone rang. Thaddeus picked it up and said, "Woods residence, who's calling?" He listened, then said, "I'll tell her," and put the phone down again. "Dr. Wesley, that was your research assistant. The infrared photographs have been developed." "All right," said Diane with brisk determination. "Perhaps we'll get to see what this something actually looks like. Are you coming, John?" "It depends whether you're going to push me or not." Diane took hold of the handles of his wheelchair. "Oh, I'll push you all right. You just watch me." Henry watched television for half an hour, then went through to the bathroom to shower. On the way, he looked in on Lenny in the guest bedroom. Lenny was fast asleep, his cheeks flushed, his left hand crooked. Henry sat down on the edge of the bed and stroked the boy's forehead. Lenny wasn't dreaming yet. He was still overcoming the exhaustion of having been rescued by his mother from Philadelphia and flown here to the coast. It was when his eyeballs started to shift under his eyelids that Henry would know that the dreaming had started and that he was walking through the landscapes of the night. After his shower, Henry made himself a mug of Ovaltine and went to bed. He had been reading Spinoza on the renunciation of the impossible, but he felt too tense to think about philosophy tonight. Instead, he rummaged around on the floor for a copy of Reader's Digest. It was almost 11 o'clock when he switched off his bedside lamp, punched his pillow into a comfortable shape, and snuggled into the curled-up position in which he liked to sleep. A 60-year-old fetus, he thought to himself. He sometimes thought that he ought to go looking for another wife, especially now that he had stopped drinking and his breath didn't smell like Seagram's distillery anymore. He often wondered how his friends had managed to put up with his breath all those years. These days, he could tell at once if somebody had been drinking from 10 paces away. It was hard to think what kind of wife would suit him at this age, however. Andrea had been intelligent, a brilliant conversationalist, but a mediocre cook and a chilly bed companion. After his first adventure as a night warrior last year, bursting with newfound confidence and self-esteem, Henry had become entangled briefly with a waitress called Marcia. Marcia had baked heavenly ginger cakes and made love to him so boisterously that he had sometimes feared for the survival of his divan bed. But he had discovered that a man can eat only so much ginger cake and only make love so many times in a day. After that, a little small talk is usually required to fill in the hours before he starts feeling hungry and horny once again. Marcia had very little small talk and no big talk whatsoever. Gil had called her his darling dipstick. Henry missed Marcia's cakes sometimes, and at night he was frequently lonely. But he still remembered those endless afternoons sitting in silence, the two of them just smiling at each other. Did you know that Russell believed the world to be made up of atomic facts mirrored in the elementary propositions?
You mean Kurt Russell? Didn't he play Elvis in that movie?
Marcia had almost driven him back to vodka. A little after 11:30, sleep washed over him like a dark wave, and almost immediately his dream self rose out of his body and stood in the darkness, listening. All he could hear was the distant drumming of the surf along the shoreline and Lenny's high, even breathing. He waited for a few moments, then raised both hands, palms outward, and repeated under his breath the ancient incantation of the night warriors, words he had never been able to forget. Now, when the face of the world is covered with darkness, let me prepare myself here. Let me arm and armor myself, and let me be nourished by the power that is dedicated to the cleaving of darkness, the settling of all black matters, and the dissipation of evil. So be it. Gradually, the darkness in the room began to draw in toward him, and out of the atoms of the night, a suit of armor began to form, Renaissance in style, with a wedge-shaped helmet, heavily plated shoulders, and hip joints with overlapping scales like lobster tails. Within 2 or 3 minutes, Henry had become Kha'Zix, the charge-keeper, the greatest and most powerful of all the night warriors. He harbored so much energy that lightning crawled and crackled across his shoulders, and sparks dropped from his arms like fireflies. He flexed his armored gloves. To feel all this energy flowing through him was exhilarating. It made him feel as if he were 18 again, fit, alert, and fully in control of his mind and body. Kha'Zix had no armament of his own, but the immense store of power that he carried with him could be used by his fellow night warriors to recharge their weapons during battle. Kha'Zix did, however, possess one ultimate sanction against the enemy. He could discharge almost all of his power in a single devastating blast. Almost all, because he always needed to hold back enough to enable him to return to the waking world. Several times in the legendary history of the Night Warriors, in the days when demons had been rife and the Night Warriors were counted in their hundreds, Charge Keepers had taken the heroic decision to destroy their evil enemies by releasing all of their power. The consequences of total power discharge were that the Charge Keeper's physical body remained comatose until he died of dehydration and malnutrition, and that his spirit remained imprisoned forever in an endless succession of dreams and nightmares. Tonight, Kha'Zix felt powerful and confident, but he still didn't relish the idea of either of those fates. With a faint hum of psychic power, he moved across his shadowy bedroom and through the door, the molecules of his body blending with and flowing through the molecules of the varnished wood. He reappeared in the corridor and walked toward the guest room, where Lenny still lay asleep. He hesitated, then approached the bed and leaned over it, a bulky, armored figure. Lenny's face was faintly illuminated by the dancing, quivering electricity that played across Kha'Zix's breastplate. Beneath his blue-veined eyelids, Lenny's eyes were darting from side to side. This was REM sleep. Sleep with rapid eye movement. This told Kha'Zix that Lenny had started dreaming. He was moving through some imaginary world, and his mind's eyes were reacting to whatever he saw.
"All right, my boy," whispered Kha'Zix. "Let's see what you've been having all these nightmares about."
Stepping back 2 or 3 paces, Kha'Zix raised his arms and directed his energy so that it flowed along his arms to his fingertips. Lightning jerked and jumped between one hand and the other like a Van de Graaff generator. Kha'Zix methodically drew a flickering blue octagon in the air, an octagon of sheer power that remained hovering where he had drawn it. He hesitated for a moment, then thrust both hands into the octagon and slowly tugged apart the substance of the waking world, opening up an entrance into the world of Lenny's dreams. He lifted the octagon so that it hovered over his head, and then gradually lowered it to floor level. He found himself standing in a bright, barren desert, with the midday sun high overhead. He switched his faceplate to anti-dazzle and looked around him. There was no sign of Lenny anywhere, but he knew from experience that the dreamer doesn't always appear in his own dreams. He could see nothing but endless miles of heat-cracked rocks, tall, fluted saguaro cactus, and dust-dry lizards, and a distant ripple of liquid air rising off the 120-degree desert and reflecting the peaks of shattered mountains. Cowboy land, thought Kha'Zix astutely. The unchanging Arizona of the Cisco Kid, Jeff Chandler, the Lone Ranger, and Tonto. He lifted his hand to the side of his helmet and adjusted his faceplate focus to infinity. As he turned slowly in a circle, he distinguished an Indian encampment in a shallow valley, about 20 or 30 lodges. He could make out several dozen brown and white Palomino ponies tethered close by, but no Indians. According to the scale on the side of his faceplate, the encampment was 9.23 kilometers off to the southwest. To the east, 5.8 kilometers away, he saw what looked like a small railroad town. A depot, a church, a dry goods store, a 2-story hotel, a jail, and a scattering of houses. Smoke rose from the hotel's chimney stack and looped lazily into the air. "Well," thought Kha'Zix, "where there's smoke, there's life, even if it's the kind of life you can only find in nightmares." He began to walk across the stony surface of the desert toward the town. Although he had a long way to go, he seemed to be able to cover the ground as quickly as if he were on horseback. The rocks and the gullies and the towering cactus hurried and jostled past him at almost 30 kilometers an hour. His first experiences in dreams had taught him that progress varied wildly according to the moods and frustrations of the dreamer. In this case, he guessed that young Lenny was recreating in his mind the way that all boys canter around the yard when they're playing cowboys, pretending that they're riding a horse. He glanced behind him and saw that he was leaving a high trail of dust, just as if he were galloping on horseback. The sun glared down out of a white sky. Every now and then, Kazix glimpsed a scorpion dancing across the rocks, or heard the skrrr of a rattlesnake. These were definitely the Badlands, he decided. He reached a low ridge overlooking the town. Now that he was closer, he could see people promenading along the boardwalks and crossing the streets. An occasional rig clattered along the main street, and the drivers would wave to the men sitting outside the saloon, their boots propped up on the hitching rail. A faded wooden sign announced that this was Gun Gulch, Arizona, population 131. Presumably the law of the six-gun had caught up with the 132nd member of the populace. Beyond the wooden facades of the buildings, up on the hill, Kazix could see a small cemetery, thickly clustered with wooden crosses. He was about to walk down toward the town when his infrared sensor began to go meep, meep, beep, beep. Backing quickly away from the exposed position on the ridge, he looked around to see what had set it going. Almost immediately, as if he had stepped out from behind a cardboard rock in a school play, an Indian appeared. He wore a huge war bonnet of eagle feathers, a buffalo skin robe, and moccasins. His face was dark red, the color of freshly burnished mahogany, with high cheekbones and a hooked nose and a mouth that was so thinly drawn that it was almost lipless. The Indian stared at Kazix for a moment, and then he lifted one hand. "How?" he greeted him. Kazix lifted a hand in cautious response. Did Indians really say how, he wondered, or was it merely a myth from cowboy movies? However, this dream Indian had said how, so Kazix said how in return. "My name is Particular Time of Day," the Indian announced. Kazix bowed his head. "Good to know you. My name's Kazix." The Indian focused his eyes on the horizon. "You are not from this place, Kazix." "No," said Kazix. "I'm just passing through, you might say." "You visit the white man's lodges?" "I was considering it, yes." Particular Time of Day clenched his right fist, then swept it downward with his fingers spread out. Evidently it was Plains Indian sign language, but Kazix didn't understand what it meant. "Bad," said Particular Time of Day. Then he pressed the heels of both hands together and opened them wide, so that one was pointing upward and the other was lying horizontal. "Bad shadow. You should not go there." "Bad shadow? What do you mean by that?" Particular Time of Day simply repeated the two signs. Bad, shadow. Then he waved his hand from side to side, indicating that Kazix should approach the town no nearer. "There is death there, Kazix. There is death that walks through every lodge, and nobody can stop it." "Like an illness, you mean? Plague or typhoid? Something like that?" Particular Time of Day shook his head. "Bad shadow." Kazix hesitated for a moment, then said, "I appreciate your warning, but I have to go down there. I think this bad shadow of yours is what I've been looking for." "I cannot protect you," the Indian cautioned him. Kazix glanced up at the glowing horizontal bar inside his helmet that told him how much power he had left. It was way up, almost 100%. Enough psychic energy to demolish half of downtown San Diego. I think I'm capable of protecting myself, he told Particular Time of Day. None the less, the Indian replied. I will walk with you as your traveling companion. Well, Kha'Zix demurred. You are a warrior of great strength, Particular Time of Day complimented him. But even warriors of great strength sometimes need eyes that look to all points of the compass at one and the same time. All right then, agreed Kha'Zix. But when I tell you to get the hell out of the way, you don't even think about it. You get those moccasins motoring, you understand me? I'm going to be doing some major demolition here tonight, and I wouldn't like any part of Lenny's personality caught up in it. Particular Time of Day frowned and made a sign indicating he was confused. Don't ask me to explain, Kha'Zix told him. Just make sure that when I say vamoose, you vamoose. Side by side, they negotiated the stony incline that led down to the dream community of Gun Gulch. In his first experience in penetrating dreams, Kha'Zix had been surprised that nobody seemed to find his bulky crimson armor at all incongruous or strange. He could walk into a room full of people in evening dress, and they would treat him as if he were wearing a smart black tuxedo and a well-pressed dicky. It was only when Springer had explained that the people in dreams were not people at all, but creations of the dreamer's imagination, that Kha'Zix had begun to understand why. They were incapable of independent thought, and, provided the dreamer was not disturbed by Kha'Zix's entrance into his dream world, the characters who peopled it would not be disturbed either. Kha'Zix and Particular Time of Day walked side by side along Gun Gulch's dusty main street. On one side was Chisholm's Hardware, with barrels of nails outside, and saws and plough blades and rope hanging in the window near a placard announcing dynamite. On the other was Hickok's Gun Emporium, with racks of Winchesters and glass cases crowded with Stars and Colts and Derringers. Tinkling piano music reached their ears as they came close to the Lucky Shot saloon. 3 or 4 boys in dusty serge pants and buttoned-up coats sat on the steps outside, playing with buffalo bone dice. One of the boys glanced up, and Kha'Zix saw that it was Lenny. For a moment, Kha'Zix thought that Lenny might recognize him, but Lenny returned to his game without a second look. They reached the McSween Hotel. It was a square, weatherboarded building painted sun-faded green, with a large veranda and ostentatious mahogany doors that had probably been specially ordered from the East. An elderly couple were sitting on the veranda drinking coffee and playing an innocuous game of cards. As the old woman rocked backward and forward in her rocking chair, one lens of her wire-rimmed spectacles reflected the light like a silver dollar. Kha'Zix mounted the veranda steps and nodded to them, and the old man lifted his wide-brimmed going-to-meeting hat. Kha'Zix guessed that they were Lenny's grandparents, both long dead. He pushed open the hotel's doors and entered the lobby, with Particular Time of Day following behind. It was cooler inside the lobby. A brass fan revolved slowly on the ceiling, causing the potted palms to dip and curtsy with each revolution. There were couches and easy chairs in worn green velvet, and a table with newspapers and magazines. A young woman in a starched blouse stood behind the mahogany desk, writing in a large accounts book with marbled pages. She looked up. She was young, brisk, her brunette hair tied in a ribbon at the back. Kha'Zix guessed that she was Lenny's math teacher.
"No Indians," she said sharply.
I beg your pardon?
"No Indians. We don't allow Indians."
Kha'Zix turned to Particular Time of Day, but the Indian simply shrugged as if he were used to it. I wait outside, Kimosabe. He went back out onto the veranda, and Kha'Zix approached the counter.
"Did you want a room?"
the young woman asked him. Close up, he could see that she was older than she had appeared at first. Her skin was pale and freckled, and there were lines around her eyes. She was quite pretty, but her prettiness had been spoiled by hard work and a vexatious personality. She was wearing some kind of cologne or hairdressing that smelled strongly of violets. "I'm looking for somebody," he told her. She stared back at him with defiance. "You're not a bounty hunter. We don't allow bounty hunters." "No Indians, no bounty hunters. Whom do you allow?" She wasn't amused.
"This is a hotel for clean, decent citizens." "That means that they have to wash off the trail dust before we allow them between the sheets,"
another voice interrupted. Kha'Zix turned and saw a small, voluptuous girl in a red and white, candy-striped satin gown just coming down the stairs. She had curly black hair, mountains of it, all pinned up with tortoiseshell combs, and a black beauty spot on her upper lip. Her plump, soft breasts were barely contained by her low-cut gown. The pink areolas of her nipples were exposed, and Kha'Zix thought that she would only have to sneeze once to be completely topless. He wondered for a moment what a 9-year-old could be doing dreaming about a soiled dove like this. But then he recalled his own heightening interest in girls at about the same age, especially in Paulette Goddard, God forgive him, and those bosomy floozies in cowboy movies, so Lenny was excused. "I'm looking for somebody," said Kha'Zix.
"Well, I sure hope it's me,"
the soiled dove replied, winking at him with blackened eyelashes. "We don't care for strangers," said the woman behind the counter. Kha'Zix said, "This person, this thing I'm looking for, it's black."
"You mean a Negro? We definitely don't allow Negroes."
No, he dresses black. The Indians call him the Bad Shadow."
"Wowee,"
said the soiled dove, impressed.
"The Bad Shadow. Sounds like my kind of man."
"To tell you the truth, I'm not entirely sure that he's a man," said Kha'Zix.
"Oh, that's easy to find out,"
the soiled dove remarked with a laugh, and prodded his chest with a red-painted but well-bitten fingernail. Lenny's idea of a bad girl must be one who bit her nails. Kha'Zix said, "Do you mind if I check your rooms? It's possible that he could be hiding here." The woman behind the counter shook her head.
"You're not the sheriff. I can't let you do that."
Her eyes darted from side to side, oddly anxious and shifty. "I'm sorry. You'll have to leave." "Supposing I book a room?" The woman let out a short, exasperated breath.
"Very well, then. How long do you want it? A half hour? An hour? All night?"
"A half hour is okay, thank you."
"And Catherine, too?" "Only $5,
said Catherine, winking and waggling her hips. "No, thanks," Kha'Zix told her. "All right, then, $4. And a clean hand towel thrown in." The girl behind the counter swiveled the register book around so that Kha'Zix could sign it, and turned to the hooks behind her to select a key. Kha'Zix quickly glanced down the list of guests who had signed into the McSween Hotel in the past 2 days. Most of them were famous cowboys: Wyatt Earp, Bat Masterton, Wild Bill Hickok, Buffalo Bill Cody, although these were interspersed with the names of people who must have been no more legendary than Lenny's school friends: Peter Schreiner, Jimmy Phipps, Angela Ehrenbach. The very last guest in the register, however, had signed his name in uneven, spidery writing, as if he had pressed the pen far too hard. Mala Sombra Miguel, Nacozari de Garcia, Sonora, Mexico. Mala Sombra, Spanish for bad shadow. Kha'Zix raised his eyes. The woman behind the counter was waiting for him. In a strangely coquettish way, she was dangling his brass room key from the end of her finger. Kasich signed Kasich Henry, San Diego, California, swiveled the register back around, and held out his hand for the key.
"I want no trouble, Mr. Kasich," the woman told him.
Her eyes gave nothing away. "I won't give you any," Kasich told her. The girl, Catherine, was waiting for him at the foot of the stairs. She had raised one arm to lean against the mahogany newel post, and one breast was now completely bared, rounded and white, like a well-shaped milk pudding onto which had been dripped just the merest tinge of red currant jelly.
"Are you coming, hombre?"
she asked, smiling. "I'll be 1 minute. I have to talk to my Indian friend." He went outside. To his surprise, it was already night time. The elderly couple had gone, and the veranda was in deep shadow. Across the street, a lamp was alight in the window of the dry goods store, and music was still tinkling from the saloon, but apart from that, the town was unlit and deserted. A sad night wind blew across the desert, sending tumbleweeds rolling across the street. "Particular time of day?" Kasich called.
"I'm here, Kasich,"
said a calm voice from out of the shadows. "I think Bad Shadow is here. In fact, I'm certain of it. There was a Mexican name on the register, Miguel Malasombra. In English, that means Michael Bad Shadow."
"You must run for your life," said Particular Time of Day. "The Bad Shadow will surely kill you."
"Listen, friend, if the Bad Shadow doesn't kill me here, then he's going to kill me someplace else. I have to get him now."
"Then we should burn down the hotel. That will be safest."
The idea was tempting, but Kasich wasn't at all sure what the consequences would be. A full-scale fire inside of Lenny's sleeping mind, a fire that surely would destroy many of the living images that he had created in his dream. Who could imagine what subconscious trauma that might inflict on him? And Kasich knew in his heart that even if they razed the building to the ground, the Bad Shadow would most probably escape unhurt. The Bad Shadow was not Lenny's creation. It was an influence of its own that had invaded Lenny's sleeping mind, just as Kasich himself had. A fire started with dream matches in a dream hotel would have no effect on it. The only thing that could effectively destroy the Bad Shadow was the psychic power that Kasich had carried into the dream with him. Kasich stepped out into the street and looked up at the hotel. All of the windows were in darkness. One of them reflected the curved moon, a dream image of the same curved moon that had shone through Diane Wesley's window in far-off Philadelphia. Kasich said, "Particular time of day. Here's what I want you to do. I want you to climb up that drain pipe to the balcony and let yourself in through the middle window. If I've worked it out right, that faces the top of the stairs. I want you to stay there while I check out all of the rooms. If you see something try to escape or try to come after me, then I want you to yell."
"Is that all?"
asked Particular Time of Day, his face in darkness. The night wind ruffled the feathers of his war bonnet.
"I have a knife. I could kill it if you asked me to."
"Believe me, my friend, you wouldn't stand a hope in hell." Particular Time of Day said,
"In that case, what then? When I have yelled?"
"Then you jump. And I mean jump. And when you hit the ground, you run like you're caught on a railroad track, and there's an iron horse pounding up the track right behind you."
"Iron horse?"
said Particular Time of Day, frowning. "Well, shit, you know what I mean. Locomotive. Choo-choo."
"Ah,"
acknowledged Particular Time of Day. Kasich left him in the street and went back through the double mahogany doors into the hotel. The woman behind the counter looked up and said sharply,
Have you quite finished discoursing with your Indian friend? Catherine's upstairs waiting for you, room 6. You paid for half an hour, no more. You have only 26 minutes left.
Thanks, Kasich told her. That's all the time I'm going to need. He climbed the stairs with their worn carpeting. All the way up the stairs, on both sides, hung the fleshless skulls of deer and coyotes and mountain lions, jagged and empty eye-socketed, mounted on wooden plaques. The brown floral wallpaper reminded him of his Aunt Mary's black parlor in her tiny claustrophobic house in Chicago. He could almost smell her burned tea cakes and the bug powder she used to sprinkle around, and the cancer that had eventually racked her to death. He reached the landing. It was dark, except for a single N-shaped angle of moonlight coming in through the window. There were 8 doors altogether, 4 on each side of the landing. All of them were closed, and there were no lights showing underneath them. He stood still for a moment, getting his breath back. Then he switched on his infrared probe, searching the rooms for any sign of life. 5 of them were definitely occupied, all by more than one person. The 6th he wasn't so sure about. There seemed to be some kind of glimmer there, but it might be nothing more than a heating stove or a hot chimney leading up from the kitchen. A rapping at the window made him start and turn. It was particular time of day. He had managed to climb up onto the balcony and reach the window, but it was locked from the inside. Kasich walked along the landing as softly as he could, twisted the catch, and heaved up the sash. It gave a disconcerting rumble. Both of them paused and listened.
"It's okay," said Kasich at last. "At least 5 of these rooms are occupied. I have to check them out one by one. Just make sure that nobody gets away or tries to jump me from behind." "I understand, Kimosabe." "Way to go, Particular. And please stop calling me Kimosabe. It comes from the Lone Ranger, and it means he whom nobody knows who he is."
Particular Time of Day was silent for a long moment. Then he said,
"Well, Kimosabe, I don't know who you are."
Kasich didn't even attempt to answer that. He helped Particular Time of Day to swing his legs in through the window. Then he padded back along the landing to the first door. The floorboards squeaked and groaned under his weight. He approached room 1, hesitated, and then knocked. There was no reply. He knocked again, louder this time, and said, "House detective, open up." Again, there was no reply. He licked his lips and looked toward Particular Time of Day. The Indian, concealed deep in the shadows beside the window, called, "Maybe it's open." Before he tried the handle, however, Kasich checked his infrared sensor again. The head-up display that appeared on his faceplate indicated that there were 2 people lying in the room, but for some reason they didn't register as brightly as they had before. They were losing body heat. Kasich reached up to the complex power switch on the right side of his chest. It was like an oversized D-ring with finger grips on it and a safety catch. If it was tugged out, like tugging the ripcord of a parachute, Kasich released a devastating blast of naked energy that would drain his entire power reserves in slightly less than 3 seconds. It was up to Kasich to release the switch if he didn't wish to use up every single ounce of his power. "All right," he told himself. "Here goes nothing." Psychic energy fizzed and crackled along his arms as he reached for the brass door handle. Slowly, very slowly, he turned it. He could hear the spring squeaking as the bolt was eased back. Thin fingers of lightning crept from his gloves onto the doorplate and showered softly onto the floor. Holding his breath, Kasich pushed the door open. The room was totally dark. He waited for a moment, then called, "Is anybody in there?"
Hello? Are you awake?
There was still no reply. He switched on the lamp on top of his helmet and flooded the room with brilliant, tungsten-bright illumination. What he saw made his skin tighten with shock. In the middle of the bedroom stood a high four-poster bed with faded brocade hangings. On the bed itself, two human figures were sprawled, a man and a girl, but they were scarcely recognizable as human. They had been slashed wide open from crotch to neck, and their intestines were piled in two gradually intermingling heaps of glistening purple. The embroidered pillows were soaked dark red with blood. Blood dripped from the fringes of the bedspread onto the carpet. Blood was streaked diagonally across the daguerreotypes on the wall. General William Tecumseh Sherman, with a bloody and gradually lengthening mustache.
"Oh, God," Kha'Zix whispered. "It's started already."
He backed out onto the landing. "They're both dead," he warned particular time of day.
"Don't say anything. Don't move. He's still here somewhere, in one of these rooms. God knows which."
Particular time of day, although Kha'Zix had told him that it would be futile, took out his sawtooth bowie knife. It glinted brightly in the moonlight. Kha'Zix knocked at room 2. Again, no reply.
"Dear God," he thought, "it looks as if he's killed them all."
He pushed open the door, and what he saw in room 2 was a grisly repetition of what he encountered in room 1. The only difference was that the girl had obviously tried to escape. She was sprawled over a bedroom chair, almost as if she were kneeling at a prie-dieu, her dark, tangled hair covering her face. Her red satin basque had been slashed open at the back, twice, and with her last breath, her lungs had inflated out of the wounds like gruesome grey water wings. Now, Kha'Zix knew that there was very little time. If the bad shadow had finished its slaughter at this hotel, it would probably be ready to manifest itself next in the real world, stepping into Henry's house and cutting up the first human being it came across, which would be him. He flung open the door of room 3. Blood everywhere, butchery and blood. Room 4, blood. Room 5, blood. Room 6, and there was Catherine, standing in the middle of the room in her black, wasp-waisted basque, clutching her hands over her breasts and juddering with fear.
"Don't!"
she shrieked when Kha'Zix pushed open the door.
"It's in here!"
Kha'Zix forced the door wider, but then something immensely powerful racketed the door shut again, and there was a deep, catastrophic, thundering noise that filled up the whole world, like a jet passing 10 feet over Kha'Zix's head. He pushed at the door again, trying to force it open, but it wouldn't budge. Either the door was solidly locked, or whatever was keeping it closed from the other side was so strong that it was immovable.
"All right, you dark-hearted bastard,"
thought Kha'Zix, and pressed the palm of his hand flat against the door panels.
"One burst of oscillating psychic energy, and this whole door is going to shake itself to sawdust. Then I'll have you."
His heart racing with terror, his arteries surging with adrenaline, Kha'Zix switched on oscillating power. But the instant he did so, the door burst open again, and that terrible blackness came hurtling out in a rush of freezing cold air, huge and roaring and totally overwhelming. Kha'Zix was flung violently back against the opposite wall of the corridor. His armor hit the wooden dado with a crash, like somebody sledgehammering a packing case. His right glove was still switched to oscillate, and as he tried to grab at a door handle to pull himself up from the floor, there was a sharp, vibrato squeak, and it burst into fragments of glittering brass. Stunned, half concussed by his own power, Kha'Zix tried to focus on the huge, dark being that filled the landing. Lightning poured out of his fingertips and crawled like electrocuted snakes across the carpet. All he could see was blackness, thundering blackness. The entire hotel shook to its roots. Then, particular time of day stepped into the N-shaped angle of moonlight, his eyes wide, his bowie knife lifted.
"No!"
Kha'Zix bellowed. But particular time of day crouched and parried and then lunged at the overwhelming blackness.
"In the name of all the spirits, I defy you!" he shouted. "In the name of my fathers and my grandfathers and all of my loved ones, I defy you!"
Kha'Zix struggled to his feet. As he did so, something swept across the landing, something that rumbled like Dracula's cloak, like a storm cloud rushing across a Midwestern landscape, like death and chaos and old night. It momentarily blotted out the moonlight. When it swept away again, particular time of day was still standing by the window, but the upper part of his body had been diagonally sheared away, from his right shoulder to his left hip, and a faint wisp of pungent steam was rising from his gaping abdomen.
"Bastard!"
roared Kha'Zix, even though he knew that particular time of day hadn't been real, hadn't existed as anything more than part of Lenny's nightmare. But the blackness had viciously destroyed a small part of Lenny that was loyal and kind and helpful, and if it went on doing that night after night, Lenny would eventually change. Lenny would end up as soulless as the shadow itself. Grim but decisive, Kha'Zix yanked at the D handle that activated his energy release. His armor spat and fizzed with pent-up power. He took 2 steps toward the blackness, held out his right hand stiff and straight, and squeezed the release switch. The burst of psychic energy was instantaneous and blinding, an explosion of power like the core of the sun. The entire hotel detonated around them, the weatherboard walls bursting apart and crashing into the street, the shingled roof scattering into the night sky, the staircase twisting and collapsing with a volley of wrenched-out banisters. Doors tumbled into the darkness. Beds fell, bodies fell. Kha'Zix was slammed backward against the wall, then dropped straight through the floor to the hotel kitchen. Deafened, unable to see, he still managed to take his finger off the switch before his entire energy reserve was emptied.
"I've done it," he thought,
stunned, as he lay amongst the debris of fallen timber and shattered bricks. Shreds of ragged brown wallpaper blew in the breeze like torn shrouds. Bricks still dropped, one by one, from the tilting chimney stack. One of the coyote skulls had fallen next to him, and grinned at him like a fleshless omen of death.
"I've done it."
But even as he whispered the words into the closeness of his helmet, a great black shape rose up in front of him, and the air sang with the whew, whew of razor-sharp claws. Kha'Zix realized at once that the bad shadow was still alive, still virulent, and that he had discharged nearly all of his psychic energy to no purpose. The thing that had signed itself Mala Sombra had survived an explosion of energy that could have brought down the Empire State Building, and was looming over him with claws that could slice their way through anything: armor, clothing, skin, muscle, bone. Kha'Zix could make out 2 dull reddish gleams that could have been malevolent eyes, and a tangle of night-black skin tissue. Close to panic, he quickly checked his power meter. He had less than 4% of his energy left. Maybe the bad shadow, whatever it was wounded. Maybe that last 4% would do it. But if he discharged everything he had, he was going to be trapped in this dream world forever. He would never be able to escape, and his real body would lie comatose and unattended in his bed at home until it died. On what was only his 2nd mission as a night warrior, he was confronted with the choice that charge keepers had always dreaded: survival or self-sacrifice.
Better to back off, he told himself. Better to go back and muster up reinforcements. We can try again tomorrow night, all four of us, Tebelat and Zaxa and Samina. I can't fight this son of a bitch all on my own.
He stumbled backward across the wreckage of the hotel. The shadow swept after him, huge and dark and sinewy. He pressed the switches that prepared his power unit for returning to the waking world.
Next time, you bastard, he whispered.
But, at that moment, out of the corner of his eye, he saw Catherine appear out of the splintered timbers of her smashed-apart bedroom. How she could have survived the discharge of Kazakh's energy he couldn't imagine, forgetting in his panic that this was nothing but a dream and that Catherine was nothing more than a figment of Lenny's unconscious mind. She was stunned, naked, her white shoulders lacerated and bruised. She looked around as if she couldn't remember who she was or what she was doing here. She lifted one arm and smeared dust away from her forehead with the back of her arm.
"Catherine!"
shouted Kazix. But the shadow had already seen her and was turning toward her with an earth-quivering rumble, its claws upraised. Catherine suddenly caught sight of it and screamed and tried to scramble to her feet, but Kazix could see that she was going to be far too slow. Without thinking, he ran forward across the rubble, his heart pounding and his breath screaming inside his air system. Just as the shadow's claws swooped down toward Catherine, he roared out, "Ashapola!" and wrenched at his D-ring and discharged his last 4% of psychic energy. There was a crackle of power, a zigzag of lightning that flickered at the shadow and then grounded itself like an incandescent caterpillar down the hotel's water pipes. Kazix was thrown heavily onto his back, sliding down 7 or 8 feet of crazily angled staircase and demolished plaster. He scrabbled at the railing and managed to stop himself from sliding any farther. Then he climbed to his feet, gasping for breath, and looked up to see what had happened to the bad shadow. It had vanished. There was nobody left in the wreckage of the McSween Hotel but himself and Catherine. She fell whimpering in the torn-apart framework of her room, her eyes glassy with shock. Kazix made his way toward her and hunkered down beside her.
"It's gone," he told her. "You're safe."
He reached out and stroked her hair to calm her down. But even as he did so, she began to change. She grew smaller and thinner. Her arms and legs began to shrink. He kept on stroking her, but right in front of his eyes she turned into a young girl of 8 or 9, with long hair like corn silk and wide, mysterious amber eyes. Between her narrow shoulder blades, 2 buds of skin began to form and to grow larger and wider, until at last they peeled open to reveal moist, sticky wings, iridescent like dragonfly wings.
"You're a fairy,"
he said incredulously. But this was a dream, after all, wasn't it, in which nothing had any permanence, a landscape that could endure only as long as Lenny remained asleep, imagining it in his mind. The Catherine fairy fluttered and stretched her wings. They made a dry, shivery sound. She smiled at him enigmatically and said,
"You always were beautiful, my darling."
And then she rose and turned away, thin and long-legged and almost translucent in her nakedness, and launched herself into the air. Bruised, exhausted, Kazix rose slowly to his feet. Dawn was beginning to break. The cowboy town seemed to have melted away, removed by the soft-footed scene-shifters who could change Los Angeles into Rome, or the Taj Mahal into a Dunkin' Donuts, or childhood into old age. The Catherine ferry was now flying high above him, caught by the sunlight that had not yet reached him, the way that an eastbound plane is caught by the sun as it flies over plains and cities that are still nestling in darkness. "You sentimental, senile old fool," he told himself. "You sacrificed yourself for nothing. You gave up your last chance of returning to the real world for the sake of a woman who wasn't even a woman." He remained where he was, watching the sun creep gradually over the rim of the desert until his crimson armor flared with dazzling reflected light. He was so stunned by what he had done that he couldn't move. In any case, there was nowhere for him to go. His real body lay in its bed in Del Mar, comatose, unwakeable. And this landscape would remain only for as long as Lenny stayed asleep. During the day, while Lenny was awake, he would be consigned to a foggy limbo, a world without shape or form, in which the only spark of conscious life would be his own imprisoned awareness. At night, however, when Lenny fell asleep, Kha'Zix would find himself embroiled in whatever dreams or nightmares Lenny happened to conjure up. He had no choice, and no matter how frightening or threatening those dreams and nightmares turned out to be, he would be unable to escape them, not even to the dreams of someone else. His psychic energy was totally drained, and he was powerless. All he could hope for was that his last burst of energy had succeeded in destroying the shadow forever. Otherwise, he would have to confront it again tonight, when Lenny started to dream, and he had nothing left with which to fight it. However, he was guardedly confident that he might have won that last desperate skirmish. If the shadow hadn't been vaporized, if it had escaped, there was only one way in which it could have escaped from Lenny's dream, and that was to have manifested itself in the real world, in Lenny's room, in Henry's house. And if it had managed to do that, the odds were high that it would have instantly attacked Henry's sleeping body. Since Kha'Zix was still alive in Lenny's dream, his waking body clearly hadn't yet been harmed. So the chances were good that the shadow hadn't escaped to the waking world, and that Kha'Zix's self-sacrifice hadn't been wasted. "I suppose that's some consolation," he thought. "Nothing more depressing than being a failed martyr." The desert began to tremble and shimmer and break up into waves like an ocean. Kha'Zix knew the signs. Lenny was dozing restlessly now, almost ready to wake up. Kha'Zix stood with his head bowed and offered a prayer to Ashapola, who was God and all the gods, and to everyone who had ever known him and cared for him. He felt that he was looking down on himself from a tremendous height. A tiny figure in shining red armor, ankle-deep in a glittering desert that was no longer a desert, but the gradually dissolving substance of a boy's dreams. He knew that this was one of the moments from which the enduring legends of the night warriors were fashioned, and that even here, on the lonely shores of the human imagination, he would never be forgotten. That same night, John had dreamed of Jennifer so vividly that he could touch her and kiss her and talk to her. He was able to walk, and he took her back to Bread & Co. on South 16th Street for Sunday brunch. Laughter, sunshine, heaps of crispy bacon and scrambled eggs, and glasses of Chandon champagne. She smelled of his favorite perfume, Chanel No. 5, and the sun glowed in her hair. "What's happened to Lenny?" she asked him. "Lenny?" The sun died. The conversation in the restaurant became suddenly muffled and hostile. Jennifer stared at him with undisguised hostility, and his croissant turned to ashes in his mouth. Real ashes. He had been eating his own son's cremated body. He screamed and screamed, but when he woke up, he was making no sound at all. It was 3:05 in the morning. The plastic-soled sneakers of the night nurses were squeaking up and down the corridor outside his room. He was sweating and trembling, and tears were running down the sides of his face. He groped for his buzzer with his teeth and pressed it. After a few moments, Sister Claire appeared.
"What is it, Mr. Woods?"
Against the light from the corridor, she looked in her wimple as if a huge seabird had settled on her head.
"Nightmare," he told her, his mouth dry.
Sister Claire came into the room and stood close beside him. She had a round, ruddy-cheeked, Irish-looking face.
"These have been difficult times for everybody, Mr. Woods, but God will see us safely through them. Don't you doubt it."
"I dreamed about Jennifer. The worst part about it was, she seemed so real."
"She always will be real, Mr. Woods, just so long as you remember her the way you do."
Unexpectedly, John found himself sobbing out loud.
"I miss her," he gasped over and over again. "Oh, God, sister, I can't tell you how much I miss her."
Chapter 11. Diane Wesley came into his room shortly after he had finished his lunch of fried chicken, peas, and grits, and waited patiently by the door until Sister Teresa had wiped his face and straightened the bedclothes. She was wearing a primrose yellow summer suit, and she had pinned her hair back. She made John feel more like a cripple than ever. He hadn't noticed the few small freckles on her nose before. When Sister Teresa had closed the door behind her, Diane held up a manila folder.
"Guess what this is? The pathology report on that gloppy stuff we found in your wall. Seth Maxwell really did a number on it."
"And? It's not going to make me nauseous, is it? I just ate lunch."
Diane sat down on the edge of the bed.
"He took all kinds of slides and samples, and he tested them for everything you could think of."
"And were you right? Was it an afterbirth?"
She nodded, although she didn't look too pleased about it.
"It was definitely placenta-type material, with the obvious function of filtering nutritional material from the outside world to what, for lack of a better word, one can only describe as a fetus."
"Was there any indication what kind of a fetus it might have been?" John asked.
Diane licked the tip of her finger and turned the first page of the laboratory report.
"Don't let's get ahead of ourselves. The afterbirth itself displayed some very unusual and interesting characteristics. For one thing, it contained cells that resembled nothing so much as brain cells."
"Brain cells? In a placenta?"
John frowned. Diane nodded.
Seth was puzzled by that at first, but then he did some quick research on fetal development, and he turned up several authenticated cases of babies having acquired knowledge from their mothers while they were in the womb. Sometimes the mother had died in childbirth or before the baby was technically of learning age, so there was no other way in which the child could possibly have acquired the knowledge except through mother-baby communication in the uterus.
"So," asked John, "where does that take us?"
"You may well ask," Diane replied. "But Seth postulates that the afterbirth had the function not only of filtering food to the fetus in the form of proteins and carbohydrates and what have you, but that it was also capable of feeding it with thoughts and emotions. In other words, while it was clinging to the wall of your house, it fed its growing baby on anything that managed to penetrate through to that cavity in the brickwork. Not only the rats and the bugs and the fungus and the birds that fell down from the eaves, but human feelings, too. all the happiness and anger that it could absorb through the wall. Quite literally, it was a cuckoo, a parasite that was nourished by the lives of everybody who lived in the house. John was silent for a moment. Then he said, "All right, it fed off everybody who lived in the house, but what was it? Did your friend have any ideas?" Diane closed the report. He took a sample of the cells and tried some biological extrapolations on the computer, using a model based on Dr. Leakey's work on prehistoric bones found in Africa. And the computer went bananas, to tell you the truth. It identified the cells as belonging to a form of life that hasn't physically existed on this planet for 250 million years. What do you mean, physically? You mean it exists in some other way? According to the University of Pennsylvania mainframe computer, it does. You see, during the early stages of evolution on this planet, some forms of life were successful in developing, while hundreds of others failed. There were scores of different fish and mollusks and lizards and insects, most of which died out. But this particular form of life, when it was faced by extinction, developed an extraordinary way to survive. It evolved its brain so that when it was threatened, it could escape into the minds of its enemies. It could literally disappear into their imaginations, like a conjuring trick. John swallowed but said nothing. He had seen too much to be skeptical. He had seen his bedroom door crash open and something black roar into the room like a whirlwind, something that had sliced Jennifer open with one sweep of its claws. He could easily believe in something that lived inside the human imagination. From there, said Diane, Seth did some further research, using resources of the Department of Paleobiology at the Smithsonian and the Peabody Museum at Yale. Apparently, there have always been legends about a shadow creature, and these legends were particularly strong in North Africa in the 1100s and among a number of Indian tribes in America in the 18th century. The Sauk and Fox have a very colorful story about the mind monster. So, what are you trying to tell me? That you think these legends could be true? Diane leaned forward and kissed him on the forehead. This, I'm afraid, is where we leave the cultivated pastures of serious research and start hacking our way through the undergrowth of wild speculation. But what we're up against is pretty wild, too. I told Seth only half of the story, and he thought that was wacky enough. But he was prepared to sketch out a serious theory, using all the available facts, and I have to admit that it seems to fit what's been happening to Lenny. Go on, John urged her. Well, remember, this is only theory, but Seth believes that when intelligent human life appeared on the scene about 2 million years ago, the shadow creatures discovered that they had been blessed at last with a perfect host. You see, up until the time that man appeared, they could only enter their enemies' imaginations when their enemies were actually imagining something, like at moments of critical danger, when a giant lizard or a saber-toothed tiger was after them, thinking blood, blood, blood. With man, however, who had a much more advanced imagination, the shadow creatures could spend most of their life cycle inside his mind. They only needed to materialize in the real world to hunt or to give birth to their offspring. By the Pleistocene epoch of the Quaternary period— The what? John demanded. That was the time that man appeared, Diane explained. And by then, the shadow creature's DNA structure had already evolved into something that was part imagination, part flesh, able to change within certain limitations from one to the other and back again. Now they could live far more safely, unseen, well-fed, probably hermaphroditic. Two sexes rolled into one. Whatever conceived that creature inside the wall, it most likely fertilized it too.
But in a wall in Philadelphia for 200 years? Diane shrugged.
Classic parasitic survival pattern. Give birth to your offspring and leave it someplace totally safe, someplace where it needn't hatch out until it's pretty well fully grown and able to defend itself.
But if they were such highly evolved parasites, why did they need to defend themselves? Why didn't they take us over years ago? How come there's only one of them and he's inside of my Lenny?
John, please, I know how you feel.
Not a chance, Princess. You don't know how I feel. You'll never know how I feel.
She reached out and took hold of his hand. Don't be upset. They'll find Lenny. I know they will. And when they do, we can try to get rid of that thing that's inside of him, for good and all.
You still haven't answered my questions, said John.
John, I just don't know. Seth doesn't know. We were flying kites, that's all, trying to work out something that made some sense.
John was silent for a moment. Okay, sure. I appreciate what you've done, but I don't really see how it brings me any nearer to finding Lenny and destroying that goddamn disgusting monster that's inside of him.
Diane squeezed his helpless hand. John, if we're right, if it is a shadow creature, then there must be a way of getting rid of it. Those questions you were asking, like how come they didn't take over the whole world, and how come there's only one of them left? If we can find the answers to those questions, then the chances are that we can use those answers to get rid of it.
Have you had any ideas? Asked John.
I've been up all night, just working out what we've managed to get together so far.
Sure, said John. I'm sorry. Sometimes it gets too frustrating to bear just lying here, while everybody else is rushing around. I was always so goddamned active. You know, Jennifer used to say.
He paused and swallowed. Diane said softly, Tell me, John. Jennifer used to say what?
Jennifer used to say that I was hyperactive, that I rushed around too much. You're never still, that's what she used to say. Now look at me.
Diane smiled at him. I guess you have every right to feel sorry for yourself.
John shook his head. Nah, nobody has the right to feel sorry for himself.
What are you going to do this afternoon?
Diane asked him after a pause. Go out and play with my crippled buddies, I suppose, under the cedar tree.
Diane got up and walked across to the window. It was a hot, hazy afternoon. She opened the slatted blind and looked out at the yard. Yes, I see them. A black kid and a guy with a shaved head.
That's Toussaint and Dean. Toussaint had polio when he was young. Dean lost his legs to a claymore in Vietnam. We call him Mean Dean. You'll see why when you meet him.
Do you want me to push you outside? Asked Diane.
Predate it if you would, ma'am.
He was trying to be flippant, but his heart was still heavy for Jennifer. And he didn't dare think about what might have happened to Lenny. Diane called for a nurse, and between them they lifted John into his wheelchair. As Diane was pushing him along the corridor, John asked, What happens now? We have to find Lenny, of course. That's the first priority.
I mean, is there anything we can do to get ourselves ready to kill this creature, even before we find Lenny?
Diane eased the wheelchair down the step that led to the brick-paved garden. We need to do some serious research into the shadow creature's life cycle and also its evolutionary history. That could take weeks, maybe months. But I have some friends at the Museum of Comparative Zoology at Harvard and also in the Department of Vertebrate Paleontology at the Museum of Natural History in New York.
So you're in with some pretty serious eggheads,
John remarked.
You wouldn't say that if you saw them. The guy at Harvard does fire eating in his spare time, and the guy in New York is gay and loves Italian cooking.
Diane pushed John under the cedar tree. Toussaint was playing the theme from All in the Family on his guitar, and Mean Dean was reading a death rattle comic. "Morning, gentlemen," said John. "Here's somebody I'd like you to meet." Diane stayed for almost an hour, talking about her work and her career. Sister Teresa came out with a tray of hot coffee and cookies, and after a while they were joined by Billy and Che-U. John looked at Diane sitting on the brick wall under the tree, her face lit by sunlight, and felt genuine gratitude for knowing her. God wasn't always censorious and vindictive. In another time, under other circumstances, he could have loved her. She made all of them laugh, especially with her story about the family in Levittown, who had tried to claim insurance compensation for the furniture they had damaged during a family fight by blaming a poltergeist. When Diane had been called in by the Cigna Corporation to test the claim, the family had faked a poltergeist manifestation by making saucepan lids dance up and down on nylon fishing lines thumbtacked to the ceiling, and by paying the next-door neighbor's 11-year-old son to throw plates through the kitchen window. And all the time, they kept grabbing my arm and saying, "Look, look, everything's flying around. Ain't it frightening?" After Diane left, the 5 of them sat in their wheelchairs in the warmth of the afternoon and played mental poker. This was one of the games they had devised to keep their brains sharp, and already John found that he could remember whole pages out of books that he had read, and almost every telephone number of everybody he knew. He depended a great deal on the telephone. Fewer and fewer people found the time to visit him, and at least when he called them on the phone, they didn't have to sit in the hospital and look at his drawn face and his helpless body. John was just about to raise Che-U by $500 when he became aware of a shadow falling across him. He turned his head as far as he could manage and saw a lean, pale-faced man standing close behind his wheelchair. The man was wearing the kind of shiny 1960s mohair suit that Rod Serling used to wear when he introduced the Twilight Zone. He smiled and nodded to John and said, "I wouldn't raise him if I were you. You ought to see the hand he's holding." John had been concentrating so hard on remembering his imaginary cards and trying to calculate the imaginary cards that everyone else was holding that it didn't occur to him straight away that the pale-faced man had just done something that was totally impossible. He said to Che-U, "I'll raise you 500. But then he frowned and turned back to the man in astonishment. "How the hell did you know I was going to raise him? How the hell did you even know we were playing cards? And how the hell could you tell what kind of hand he's holding?" The stranger smiled and walked into the middle of their circle. "I was showing off, I'm sorry to say." He nodded to each of them in turn and named them. Billy, Che-U, Toussaint, Dean, and John. "It's good to meet you. My name's Chet Springer." "What's that, some kind of mind-reading act?" Dean demanded, one eye closed against the smoke that rose from his cigarette. Billy said, "I had a dog once that could tell the time. You know, you'd say, 'What's the time, Fido?' and he'd say, 'Arf, barf.'" "Can it, man?" groaned Toussaint. But Che-U looked up at the stranger called Springer, and there was an odd look in his eyes, almost of recognition. Springer rubbed his hands together. The palms were dry, and they crackled with static electricity. "I'm sorry that I came to see you unannounced, but the truth is that I have very little time." "That's all right, man," said Toussaint. "We always appreciate visitors." He plucked a few random chords, then propped his guitar against the side of his wheelchair. Che-U said nothing,
but didn't take his eyes away from Springer for a moment. Springer walked over and laid a hand gently on John's shoulder. It was not the kind of gesture that John usually liked, but there was something unusually soothing about the touch of Springer's fingers. "I don't suppose that any of you have ever wondered what brought you here," he said.
"Two smart-ass corps men," growled Dean.
"A stupid and preventable disease," put in Toussaint.
"Fate," said Cheu. Springer turned to Cheu and smiled. "Yes," he said. "Fate, or rather, destiny. It was your appointed destiny, all of you, to gather together here. It has been your destiny ever since you were born."
"Are you a preacher?" Billy demanded. "Because if you are, buddy, I'm going to warn you here and now that we don't take too kindly to preaching. Quite apart from the fact that Dean here is an atheist, and Toussaint is a black Muslim, and Cheu is a Buddhist, and John is a Baptist, and I myself used to be a Mormon, but quit on account of the fact that they gave up polygamy and they didn't give green stamps."
"I'm not a Baptist," John interrupted.
"Sorry," Billy told him. "I could have sworn you were John the Baptist."
Springer shook his head. "I am not a preacher, my friends, but I am a messenger from a place that you could describe as the house of the Lord."
"In other words," said Billy, "you're a total fruitcake."
"Hey, give the man a break," Toussaint said.
"He's a messenger from the house of the Lord?" scoffed Billy. "I'd prefer a messenger from the house of pancakes."
Springer said, "I come from the one called Ashapola, the greatest of the great ones. Ashapola needs your help."
"What help?" said Billy. "We're the most helpless bunch of people you ever met. We can't help ourselves, let alone this Ashcan character."
"Ashapola," Springer corrected him.
"Same thing, Ashcan, except it's in Polish," Billy jibed.
Springer said, "You didn't laugh so much the day you turned over your Trans Am, did you, Billy?"
Billy reddened. "Who told you that? Dr. Freitag? One of the nuns?"
"You didn't laugh at all," Springer persisted. "Especially since you thought you could overtake that Exxon truck on the inside, didn't you? And then you found that it was squeezing you nearer and nearer to the guardrails, and the driver couldn't see you because you were too close."
"Who told you that?" Billy snapped. "Who the hell told you that?"
"And you," said Springer, turning to Mean Dean, "you told the medics you were out looking for VC, didn't you? But in reality, you were going back to Long Bin to collect all that liberated liquor, weren't you? 11 cases of Johnny Walker, Red Label. 2 cases of Smirnoff."
Mean Dean didn't say a word, but narrowed his eyes as if he were aiming at Springer through a gun sight.
"I come from Ashapola," Springer repeated more forcefully this time. "Ashapola is the God of gods. He is every god of every creed in one. He is the creator and the father of your race. We are all his servants."
Billy was about to interrupt again, but John said, "Hush up, Billy. Let's hear what he's got to say."
"Thank you," said Springer. "As I said before, your destiny has brought you here. All 5 of you share one thing in common apart from the fact that you are handicapped. You are all descendants of a great and invisible army that once protected the earth from evil. That army is scattered now, and the sons and daughters of those who were numbered in its ranks have no way of knowing that within their veins there flows the blood of legendary heroes. Great heroes. Heroes of the night. Because all of you, all 5 of you, are direct descendants of night warriors, the chosen soldiers whose task it was to exorcise evil from the minds of all humanity."
"What did I tell you?" snarled Billy. Solid fruitcake from ear to ear. Night warriors. Do you ever hear such crap?
Springer stepped up to him. You, Billy, your great-great-great-grandfather was Archistrax, the night engineer. You're a talented lathe turner, aren't you? That's why. Even when you are awake, you exhibit some of the skills for which Archistrax was renowned. He turned to Toussaint. You, Toussaint, you are a descendant of Lyrac, the music sniper. Lyrac was capable of bringing down hundreds of enemy soldiers with a single perfectly pitched note. Instant death in F sharp. Fascinating, isn't it? And you could play melodies that would turn men's minds. He walked around the tree and appeared behind Dean's wheelchair. He was still smiling, although his voice was serious. Dean, you are the heir to the one they called Themesteroth, the Rocketeer. Your ancestor was capable of destroying tanks, walls, bridges, castles. A fierce hero with maximum firepower. Dean scowled, as if he could happily grasp Springer's throat with his overdeveloped hands and choke the air out of him. But Springer passed him by and addressed himself to Cheu. Cheu, you are descended from Xe, the discus thinker. Xe wore a remarkable helmet arrayed with different discuses, which he could shoot at tremendous velocity simply by looking at his targets and thinking the discuses at them. An extraordinary skill, known only to night warriors in the Orient in the centuries when they were fighting against the demons known as the Shui Mu and the Minzataze and the Tengu. Lastly, Springer returned to John. "You're not telling me that I was descended from a night warrior," said John, almost ready to laugh. Springer nodded. "You are probably the best qualified of all for the task we have to face. 200 years ago, your great-great-grandfather, William F. Woods, was Reblax, the runner, fleeter of foot than any of the other night warriors." John said with a grin, "You have a terrific imagination, Mr. Springer." Springer laid his hand on John's shoulder again. "I wish I could tell you that this is imagination, Mr. Woods. But we have a crisis on our hands, a serious and very dangerous crisis." "Have you thought of calling the police?" John asked him sarcastically. "Try Chief of Detectives Molyneux." "Mr. Woods," Springer insisted, "this crisis involves your son." The grin drained away from John's face like water draining out of a basin. "Lenny? This is something to do with Lenny? Do you know where he is?" Springer said, "Yes, I do. And he's safe. At least for the time being. But every time he goes to sleep, every time he dreams, he constitutes a terrible risk to the people around him and to himself, too." "God damn it!" John swore, straining at every numb nerve in his body, trying to move, trying to work a miracle. "Mr. Woods, please, calm down," said Springer. "You won't do yourself any good if you get upset, and you won't be helping Lenny either." "Where is he?" John shouted. "Have you got him? I want to know where he is." "Please, Mr. Woods, stay calm. Lenny was flown to San Diego yesterday morning, and now he's staying at Solana Beach with a family I know. They're good people, the best. Their son Gil is a night warrior himself." Night warriors, for Christ's sake, stop talking this gibberish about night warriors. I want Lenny back here in Philadelphia, and I want him back now. Otherwise, believe me, the very first thing that I'm going to do is call the police." Springer paused for a moment, and then he said, "Mr. Woods, we haven't kidnapped Lenny. He's not locked up, and the last thing we want is a ransom.
We took him away from Philadelphia because we were worried about him going into state care. That thing that's inside of him could kill anyone who's trying to look after him. And eventually it could kill Lenny, too. Not physically, but mentally. Mr. Woods, we don't want Lenny to end up as a soulless zombie. I'm sure you don't, either. John took a deep, steadying breath. You know about the shadow creature, yes. That's what Dr. Wesley calls it, isn't it? Yes, I do. I don't know what it is or why it's chosen your son as its host, but I do know that it's evil and cruel and very powerful indeed. John looked at Springer for a long time without saying anything. Beside him, Mean Dean smoked and sniffed and occasionally spat. Che-Yu, too, stared at Springer, and it was obvious to John from the expression on Che-Yu's face that he thought Springer was telling the truth and that he believed the night warriors to be real. Toussaint glanced at Billy, but all Billy could do was to shrug. Springer said, "Something tragic happened last night, and that's why I've come to see you today." Lenny stayed at the house of a university professor called Henry Watkins at Del Mar. Henry Watkins is a night warrior, too. Was a night warrior, rather. He was Kha'Zix, the charge keeper, the warrior who carries the vast reserves of psychic energy his fellow night warriors require to reload their weapons systems. Last night, he went into your son's dream in pursuit of the shadow creature. We were hoping that he could destroy it inside your son's mind before it manifested itself in the real world. "What happened?" asked John. "We're still not sure," Springer replied. "But when I went to his house at Del Mar this morning, I found Lenny making his own breakfast and Henry still asleep. Henry wouldn't wake up, couldn't wake up. His spirit is still trapped inside the dream world. His physical body is still breathing, which means that his spirit is alive. But he could be injured, or trapped, or imprisoned, or, worst of all, he could have run out of energy." "Is that bad?" asked Dean. "Running out of energy, I mean." John couldn't tell whether he was ribbing Springer or not. Springer said, "It simply means that he has no way of returning to the real world. It also means that before any of you can enter the dream world to hunt down this shadow creature, I have to locate and recruit another charge keeper." Dean pinched his cigarette out from between his lips, between finger and thumb. "Let me get this straight. You want us to track this shadow thing down? Us?" Springer nodded. Billy put in case it's escaped your attention, good buddy, my friends and I are immobile to a man. We can't even go to the can by ourselves, let alone hunt down monsters." "In dreams," said Springer quietly, "you will discover that everything is very different." "Aw, come on," jeered Billy. "You guys don't believe this bullshit, do you? Night warriors, schmite warriors. He's pulling our legs, at least everybody's legs except Dean's. You know what you are, mister? You're just another one of those sickos who get their jolts out of tormenting helpless cripples. What are you going to do for an encore, Mr. Springboard? Release the brakes on our wheelchairs and send us rolling off down the hill? That'd be good for a few yucks." Without a word, Springer approached Billy and stood over him, unsmiling. Billy said, "Come on then, sicko, hit me. That's what you do for kicks, isn't it?" Springer raised his right hand as if he were giving the Pledge of Allegiance. There was a moment's hesitation, and then the thinnest thread of blue electricity flickered from the open palm of his hand and connected with the armrest of Billy's wheelchair. Billy stared at it, wide-eyed and open-mouthed.
What the hell's that? What are you doing? You trying to electrocute me or something?
In complete silence, Billy's wheelchair rose from the ground until it was suspended in the air 2 or 3 feet above the bricks. Billy gripped the armrests tightly and peered over the side in terror.
What are you doing? What the hell are you doing? Don't let me drop! For Christ's sake, don't let me drop!
Springer made a gesture in the air as if he were wiping a window back and forth, and Billy's wheelchair started to revolve. It went around and around, faster and faster, with Billy clinging on, grim-faced, white-knuckled. John said, "Let him down."
"He doesn't believe me," Springer replied tightly.
I believe you, for Christ's sake!
Billy shrieked out. "Let him down," John demanded. "Come on, Springer. We're convinced." Gradually, Springer slowed down his window wiping, and Billy's wheelchair slowed and stopped spinning. As silently and as carefully as he had raised him into the air, Springer brought Billy down again. Billy was grey-faced. His upper lip was popping with perspiration.
Jesus,
he said, wiping his face with his sleeve.
How the hell did you do that?
Springer essayed a smile.
It was the power of Ashapola, channeled through me. It took no effort on my part at all.
John said, "If Ashapola is so powerful, why can't he deal with this shadow creature himself? Why does he need us?" Springer looked back at John, clear-eyed.
He cannot struggle with the earth's evils face to face, nor does he wish to. The earth is his own creation, and the evil that has evolved here is as much a part of his creation as the good. He expects you to overcome the evil through your own efforts, because only by doing so can you raise yourselves out of ignorance and brutality and reach that high state of perfection that your church leaders call paradise. Ashapola can, however, assist you to confront and vanquish anything that threatens you.
"Supposing we don't want to confront and vanquish anything that threatens us," Mean Dean demanded. "Supposing we tell you to go shove your night warriors right up that place where the sun never shines."
Springer turned around and looked at each of them in turn. "You have no choice. It is your duty. No man can avoid his duty, no matter how hard he tries to resist it. And, besides, I think that when you have experienced what it is to be night warriors, you will think very differently."
Dean shook his head. "It's going to take more than a couple of conjuring tricks to convince me, fella."
"How about you, Billy?"
asked Springer.
Billy was still trembling. He didn't say anything at all, but lowered his head, looking hunted and frightened.
Toussaint said in a clear voice,
"I'll give it a try. Man, there's nothing else to do around here except poke it in your head and telling jokes, and not knowing whether you'd like it better if you was dead."
Che-Yu spoke up.
"You are speaking the truth, Mr. Springer. I have seen you already in a dream. I recognized you when you first approached."
Springer's face seemed to undergo a curious melting, as if they were looking at him through running water.
"I must leave you now," he told them. "I have to find a charge keeper who will give you the energy you need to carry into battle. But I shall call you tonight, when you are asleep, and summon you to the nearest key location."
"Nearest what?" asked John.
"It's what you might describe as a psychic gas station," Springer explained. "There are 900 key locations all across the continental United States. They are the places where night warriors can tap the power of Ashapola himself.
I'm imagining this, said Billy. I've been drinking too much surgical spirit. My frontal lobes have gone.
Springer laid his hand on Billy's shoulder. Wait until tonight, Billy. Then you will understand for the first time the power that lies sleeping inside you. You will never feel the need to drink anything again. Silently, Springer faded. He didn't walk away. He simply faded. The five of them found themselves confronting each other, shaken and baffled, and mostly disbelieving. Only Che-Yu was quiet, but then Che-Yu believed that he had seen Springer before.
That was nothing but a trick, lifting up that wheelchair, Dean insisted. Total crapola. I seen it done 1,000 times. There was a Chinese magic show in Saigon. They were always levitating stuff. Chairs, swords, naked women. Even a cage full of monkeys once.
Billy seemed to be recovering from his fright.
Did I ever tell you the one about the magician who was looking for a job in vaudeville? He says to the producer, I can saw a woman in half. And the producer says, forget it, thousands of magicians can saw a woman in half. And the magician says, sure they can, but lengthways?
John said, Billy, that was no trick.
Oh, no? You're not trying to tell me that Springer's for real?
He lifted you up in the air, Billy. He scared you half to death. Then you saw him disappear, poof, just like that, right in front of your eyes.
That was a trick, for Christ's sake, said Billy dismissively. David Copperfield walked straight through the Great Wall of China, one side to the other, in front of 20 million TV viewers. You're trying to tell me he really did that?
Billy, this wasn't television. You went right up in the air. Che-Yu said, John is right, Billy. Whoever he is, or whatever he is, Springer has great power. Dean gripped the armrest of his wheelchair and leaned forward with a grimace of pain and frustration and anger. Angrier now than John had ever seen him before.
The only power that matters to me, fella, is the power to walk. And nobody can give me that. Nobody. Not even that fancy conjurer.
At that moment, hearing them arguing, Dr. Freitag came across the yard. He was short and stocky, with a close-shaved head and thick, black-rimmed spectacles. He always reminded John of a mad professor out of a Bugs Bunny cartoon. He usually wore a taupe gabardine suit that always stayed so perfectly pressed that John couldn't imagine that he ever sat down in it, or unnecessarily flexed his arms.
Well, now, said Dr. Freitag, is this a private argument, or can anybody join in? We were discussing the war between Iran and Iraq, Billy replied.
No, we weren't, put in Toussaint. We were talking about the Night Warriors. Dr. Freitag took off his spectacles and stared at Toussaint with protuberant blue eyes. Night Warriors? What are Night Warriors?
We are, said Toussaint. I'm Lyrac. I can kill people with music, right? And Che-Yu is XE, and Billy is some dude called Orchestrax, and I forget the rest. But that's who we are, Dr. Freitag. So I'm telling you now, don't you try messing with us, man, because we're something else.
Dr. Freitag gave them a vague, thick-lipped smile. He was used to his patients acting oddly. Being imprisoned in a wheelchair often caused crises of stress and frustration that ordinary people couldn't begin to imagine. To have a mind that could walk, but a body that couldn't, that was the greatest tragedy of all.
We're all ready for your big operation day after tomorrow, he told John, completely ignoring what Toussaint had just said. I've been studying the X-rays, and the chances of restoring some movement to your arms look better than ever.
John nodded. It was strange, but after Springer's appearance, and after the news he had been given about Lenny, Friday's operation didn't seem so critical. More than anything else, he wanted Lenny safe. Not only safe, but released from the tyranny of that black shadow that was hiding inside his mind.
Che-Yu said, "Dr. Freitag, what do you think about psychic forces?"
Dr. Freitag blinked. "I don't know. Psychic forces? Is that some kind of trick question? I never thought about it."
"Well, perhaps you will soon have the opportunity," said Che-Yu.
Dr. Freitag replaced his spectacles. "Che-Yu, my friend, I always said you were too inscrutable for your own good." That evening it rained. One of those heavy summer storms, out of a single charcoal-grey cloud, in a sky that was otherwise achingly clear. The streets of Philadelphia were slicked with wet. In the tarmac of Market Street, the rear lights of the yellow cabs trailed their reflections like the crimson tail fire of Buck Rogers' space rockets. On top of City Hall, the statue of William Penn gazed solemnly out over a rain-freshened city of glistening rooftops and clustered traffic and office workers fleeing from the Curtis Center with newspapers covering their heads. A tanker hooted across the Delaware River, a long, inconsolable moan. John, in his bed, could hear the rain pattering against the window. He thought with a deep surge of nostalgia of evenings after work, sitting in Harry's bar or the City Tavern, drinking and laughing. He thought of dinners with Jennifer, a table for two at Le Champignon on Lombard Street, candlelight, hands held across the table. He had been watching television, but his eyes were starting to ache, so he gripped his buzzer between his teeth and called Sister Claire to come and switch it off.
"There's such heathen nonsense on the television, I'm not surprised," said Sister Claire fussily. "Have you seen that Alf, for goodness sake?"
"Sister Claire," he asked, "do you believe in anything greater than God?" Sister Claire tugged his covers straight, though there wasn't any need for it. He couldn't move, so he never rumpled them up.
"You'll have to ask Father O'Rourke about that," Sister Claire replied. "It's my job to minister to the deficiencies of your body, not to the shortcomings of your faith."
"But could you believe in a God of gods, a God who is all the gods, all rolled into one? Jesus and Buddha and Shiva and all the rest of them?"
"Sure, and a funny-looking sort of God that would be," Sister Claire retorted.
John smiled. "Yes, sister, I guess you're right." Sister Claire finished tidying up his room and rucking him in, and then John was alone, paralyzed, staring at the ceiling and listening to the rain, his mind churning like a concrete mixer. He was desperately anxious about Lenny. All afternoon he had been sorely tempted to tell Sister Claire to alert Chief Molyneux for him, so that the FBI could go to Salana Beach and pick Lenny up. The only thing that had stopped him was the possibility that Chet Springer might have been telling the truth. If there really were such people as the Night Warriors, he wouldn't be doing Lenny any favors by calling the police. He would simply be exposing Lenny and anyone who was assigned to take care of him to critical danger. He decided that he had very little choice but to wait and see if Springer was bona fide, or whether he was nothing more than a charlatan with a sick and sadistic sense of humor. And that meant waiting out the night. He was still lying awake when there was a quick rapping at the door of his room, and Thaddeus and Norman Clay came in. "Hope we're not disturbing you, John," Thaddeus said. "Come on in. I wasn't asleep." Thaddeus held up a manila envelope. "We spent a few hours at the library, and another 2 or 3 at the Historical Society. You're just not going to believe what we've found out.
I think I'm ready to believe anything. Some guy came around to the hospital this afternoon and told me that Lenny's been taken to California.
California? Who took him there? Is he okay?
As far as I know. I'm still waiting for more news.
Who was this guy? Somebody you know?
John said, "There's a lot I can't tell you at the moment. I'm not sure whether he was on the level, but I should find out tonight."
"Lenny's safe, though?" asked Thaddeus.
"I think so."
"Well, take a look at this," said Thaddeus.
He dragged a chair across from the other side of the room. Norman remained standing, his hands clasped in front of him, looking pleased with himself.
"We discovered some real old street plans of Philadelphia, and your section of 3rd Street in particular. This one here dates right back to 1784.
He held up the photocopied street plan so that John could see it clearly.
"Here, look at this. A plan of all that row of houses, drawn by somebody called Amos White, September 1784. The names of their occupants, too. The family who lived in your house were called the Grants."
He rummaged in his envelope and came up with a sheaf of notes.
"It took us a while to track the family down, but in the end we discovered a facsimile of a diary that had been kept by a man who lived 3 doors south of the Grants. His name was Arnold Logan, no relation to James Logan, who was William Penn's secretary. He says that in March 1787, the Grant house was the center of what he calls a great commotion."
"Did he say what this great commotion was?" asked John.
Thaddeus shook his head. "No, although he does mention it once more, on the first Wednesday of March 1789. That was the day the Constitution came into effect. He talks about Governor Morris, the guy who actually wrote the Constitution, and says, 'Governor Morris declared himself to be well pleased, and to me confided his sentiments that the blackness at the Grant house had been thoroughly confounded.'"
"Blackness?" said John. "Do you think he meant that thing in the wall?"
"You're getting ahead of me," Thaddeus told him. "We went to the Historical Society and looked through everything we could find on occult or magical events that have taken place in Philadelphia over the past 200 years. There weren't that many. Philadelphia is obviously not what you might call the supernatural center of the East. In fact, there seemed to be twice as many spooks and poltergeists in Camden as there were in Philly. Something about that soupy New Jersey air, if you ask me."
"Did you find anything?" John asked.
"Did we ever? According to this book here, a yearbook of Philadelphia, the Grant family were well known on South 3rd Street for their weird behavior. They had moved to Philadelphia from Salem, Massachusetts, in 1785. As far as we were able to discover, there was Nathan Grant, the father, Hilda Grant, his wife, and 2 daughters, Nora and Kathleen, who were very rarely seen, but whose appearance was of retards, with sloping foreheads and slack mouths and dragging gait. When they were glimpsed, usually in the back of the Grants' carriage, they were always wearing plain gray sack-like dresses, buttoned up to the neck."
Thaddeus turned over 2 or 3 pages.
"We found out, too, that the Grants moved into the house under the cover of darkness, and that from the day they moved in, neighbors complained of strange noises coming from the house, screams and rumbles and echoing sounds, as if the interior of the house were as huge and as empty as a cathedral. Of course, everybody thought that the Grants were practicing black magic or
something like that. Children used to cross the street so that they wouldn't have to walk in front of the house, and the story was that the Grant sisters killed and ate the neighborhood cats and dogs. No evidence to substantiate that. What we do have evidence for is that Gouverneur Morris took a particular interest in the Grants. He was even supposed to have written a book or a pamphlet about them, but it seems that it was never published, and his executors had the manuscript burned. But look at this essay here, written in 1787 by Leopold Powell, Objections to More Perfect Union. In this, Powell says that Nathan Grant caught hold of Gouverneur Morris outside of the Independence Hall assembly room and threatened him with a dire catastrophe if he pressed ahead with his work on writing the Constitution. He told Morris that the nation belonged to its original and ancient denizens, and that the Constitution was an affront to natural law. John raised his eyebrows. "That's something they don't mention in the World Almanac." "That's something they don't mention anywhere, my friend." "Did you find out how Morris reacted when Nathan Grant threatened him? Surely he thought he was nothing but a crank." "Oh, no. Leopold Powell says that Morris was very worried, and that he regarded Nathan Grant's threat as extremely grave. Morris only had one leg anyway, and after Grant talked to him, he became quite ill and refused to go to sleep at night unless he was heavily drugged with laudanum. He was obliged, through sheer exhaustion, to stop work on the Constitution, but after a while he was visited by Rufus King, the delegate from Massachusetts, and it seems they had a long talk. For some reason, King immediately went to Salem. We don't know what he did there or who he went to see, but he came back almost straight away and told Morris that it was safe for him to continue work on the Constitution because he had recruited a company of armed vigilantes who could deal with such as Nathan Grant and his family. Thaddeus paused, and then he said, "That, apparently, was when the great commotion occurred." King went round to the Grant house with his staff. There were terrible noises from the house. One neighbor said it was like a battle. There were flashing lights and bolts of lightning and screaming, and grotesque shadows appeared at the windows. The shutters and the doors were torn off the front of the house and hurled into the street. In the end, it all went quiet. When the neighbors ventured inside to see what had happened, they found the Grant family lying dead on the floor, very white in the face, but with no sign whatever of any injury. I think the verdict was that they had died of fright in the presence of a supernatural manifestation. A whole bunch of papers were found in Nathan Grant's sitting room, describing how he considered himself to be the chosen agent of the Old Ones, the Mistai, or America's Ancient Shadows, as he called them. Does that ring some bells? The neighbors also found a waxobe, or medicine bundle, of the Osage tribe. It was made out of woven straw, and it contained the head and shoulders of a hawk, 2 human scalps with braided hair, an eagle's claw, and part of a buffalo's tail. It didn't look as if the waxobe was simply a souvenir, because it was unrolled when the neighbors found it, as if Grant had been using it. Thaddeus folded his notes and put them back in the envelope. We talked to Dr. Wesley on the telephone about a half hour ago, and she told us what she had already come up with, those shadow creatures or mind monsters or whatever. Mistai is actually Cheyenne lingo for ghosts. It looks very much as if Nathan Grant had found a way to conjure up these monsters, and that Morris had to send somebody to exorcise them. Morris obviously thought that they had succeeded in wiping them all out, but nobody realized that one of the shadow creatures had left its offspring inside the wall. We don't know why it chose to come out now. Maybe it's something to do with the 200th anniversary of the Constitution. Maybe you simply disturbed it by moving in. Maybe it sensed Lenny's vulnerability and latched onto him. Who knows? It doesn't seem like we're dealing with anything rational here. I mean, this shadow creature behaves like the craziest of crazy killers. It kills you because you happen to be there, and that's the bottom line.
John said, "You mentioned that Rufus King recruited some armed vigilantes."
That's right. Thaddeus nodded. But it's a funny thing about that. Although the description of the Great Commotion is very detailed and accurate, it doesn't make any mention of armed vigilantes at all. Maybe they didn't show up, or maybe they weren't needed.
John thought for a moment. Then he said, "I think they did show up."
Thaddeus frowned at him. What makes you think that?
Something that happened this afternoon. Something somebody told me.
You're being extra mysterious, Thaddeus complained.
I'm not really. It's just that I'm not sure yet if it's truth or bunkum.
You're not sure if what's truth or bunkum?
I'll tell you tomorrow. And listen, I'm really impressed with all that detective work.
Don't thank us. Thank the Pennsylvania Historical Society. They have stuff in their archives that would make your hair stand on end.
I think I've had enough of that for one lifetime, John told him.
Thaddeus leaned over and gave John's shoulder a comradely squeeze. We're all in this together, man. You sleep good, and we'll see you in the morning. And I sure hope that Lenny's okay.
Thanks, Thaddeus. Thanks, Norman.
Me too. When Thaddeus and Norman left the hospital, it had stopped raining, and the night was warm and airy. How about a drink before we crash out? Thaddeus suggested. They were close to Silveri's, so they crossed 12th Street and went in for 2 beers and 2 shots of Jack Daniels. The bar was crowded and noisy, but they managed to find 2 seats in the corner. Thaddeus swallowed some beer and wiped his mouth. What do you make of John saying that he knows where Lenny's at? He asked Norman.
Norman shrugged.
Maybe some friend of his sprung the kid out of the hospital without him knowing, and he doesn't want to tell us too much about it until he's sure that his friend's lying low. After all, if the guy's taken the kid to California, that's a federal offense.
By rights, we should tell the chief, said Thaddeus.
You're not seriously suggesting we should. What do you think? Norman knocked back his whiskey. As he put down the glass, he suddenly shivered and looked around. What's wrong? Thaddeus asked. Jack Daniels too strong for you?
Something's here, said Norman, his eyes darting from face to face all around the bar. Something heavily psychic.
In here? Queried Thaddeus.
He turned around in his seat.
What kind of psychic?
I'm not sure. It doesn't feel hostile. But it's not human, I can tell you that.
Thaddeus took another look around. Man, I don't see anybody here who isn't human. At that moment, a pretty young girl with heaps of blonde, curly hair came through the crowded bar toward them, turning heads as she did so. She wore a short, tight miniskirt and a white cotton sweater and lots of cheap, jangly jewelry.
We're here, said Norman, rising to his feet as she approached. She smiled and nodded, making her earrings jingle. She smelled of some strong, flowery perfume, like anais anais.
"Well, detective," she replied in a breathy East Coast accent, "you're even more sensitive than I gave you credit for."
Norman pulled over a chair from the next table and helped the girl to sit down. Thaddeus looked from Norman to the girl and back again, baffled. "Do you mind telling me what's going on here?"
"This young lady is the source of the psychic disturbance," Norman explained.
"You mean?"
"I mean she's not human. She's not even a girl. She's a collection of psychic information, that's all."
Thaddeus stared at her. "You're pulling my leg, right? This is some kind of practical joke that you and this flaky brother of mine have worked out between you." The girl shook her head. Reflected light danced in her colourless eyes.
"No joke, Sergeant. I am exactly what your brother says I am. You can call me Jennifer Springer if you wish."
"All right, knock it off," said Thaddeus. He turned to Norman. "You fixed this, didn't you? Just when you knew that my head was going to be full of ghosts and shadow creatures and mind monsters." Looking back at Jennifer Springer, he said, "What would a very dishy collection of psychic information like to drink?" She showed a mouthful of sparkling white teeth.
"I'll have what you're having," she said.
Thaddeus raised his glass. "You mean Jack Daniels?" Jennifer Springer nodded. As she did so, the whiskey remaining in Thaddeus's glass rose up in a perfect amber sphere, right over the rim, and then slowly floated toward her, 15 inches above the tabletop, until it reached her mouth. She kissed it as it touched her lips, and it burst into a fine spray and dissipated in the smoky atmosphere. A man who had been sitting with his head resting drunkenly on the bar blinked at her in disbelief. Then he sat up straight, tapped sharply on the bar with a dime, and called out in a blurry voice, "Barman, bring me another one of those old fashions, and quick!" Thaddeus peered into his empty glass and then set it down. "Who are you?" he asked her. "What the hell do you want?" Chapter 12. John at last sank into sleep. He slept dreamlessly at first, breathing so lightly that when Sister Claire came to check him on her 11 o'clock round, she had to lean over his bed and listen close to his mouth to make sure that he was still alive. In Solana Beach, California, in his room over Miller's Mini Market, Lenny stood by the window, looking out over the backyard fences toward the ocean. It was only 8 o'clock, and he had slept so heavily last night that he didn't feel like going to bed yet. He had never seen the ocean look so pale and colourless. It was almost white. A coastal fog had been predicted for the morning, and it looked as if it were gathering already. Lenny was beginning to miss his daddy badly. Mr. and Mrs. Miller had been warm and friendly. They had bathed him and fed him corned beef hash and lent him a Popeye t-shirt and a pair of boxer shorts to use for pajamas. But he still yearned to see his daddy's face and to hear his voice saying, "Come on, champ, you can do it." For some reason, Gil had told his father and mother that Lenny was the younger brother of a college friend of his, whose parents had been urgently called to Mexico because this college friend had been injured in a motorcycle accident. Lenny didn't know why he had to lie. His daddy had always told him that lying was as bad as homicide. When you tell a lie, you murder the truth. He had to pretend that his name was Sammy Gerber, and that he lived on a road called Manchester Avenue, and that he had a sister called Grace, who was staying with some other family, and a spotted terrier dog called Rasputin. But Mr. Springer had arrived at Mr. Watkins' house early yesterday morning and taken Lenny away,
even before Mr. Watkins had woken up, and Mr. Springer had told him that he had to pretend to be Sammy Gerber, at least for a little while. Otherwise his daddy would get into serious trouble, and so would he. Springer had acted so anxious and so upset that Lenny had done what he was told. But now he had read all of Gill's old Secret Wars comics and watched television for a while, and there was nothing to do but kneel on the checkered blue cover of the bed and stare out the window at the cluttered yards behind the restaurants and stores along the Solana Beach boardwalk, and wish that he were back in Philadelphia. The sun began to sink toward the sea. Lenny swallowed a lump in his throat and felt the tears crawling slowly down his cheeks. John opened his eyes. Yet, strangely, his eyelids were still closed. He could see the room all around him, the fan-shaped shadows that the Venetian blinds threw across the ceiling, the dull gleam of his bedhead and his drip stand, the picture on the wall of summer fields printed in bilious green and yellow ochre. Enough to give anyone a relapse, that picture. Then, slowly, he stretched his fingers, one hand at a time, and he could move them. He lay still, hardly daring to think that this could be true. He stretched his fingers again. Then he wiggled them. After a moment or two, he raised his head and looked down at himself, lying in the bed. He wiggled his fingers again. Yet, oddly, the bed covers didn't move. I'm hallucinating. I'm going out of my mind. Either that, or I'm having a nightmare. But then he lifted his left hand, and it appeared through the bed cover, like the hand of a phantom. He shouted out, "Ah!" in shock, and dropped his hand again. But then, cautiously, he raised it once more, and turned it from side to side, and he knew then that what was happening was real, and that Springer had been telling them the truth. He sat up in bed without any difficulty at all. After so long lying paralyzed, the feeling was extraordinary, and he laughed out loud, or what he thought was out loud. He was dreaming. He was dreaming about himself. Could anybody see him? Could anybody hear him? He stretched his back and flexed his arms, and then he swung his legs out of bed, through the bedclothes, and stood up. On the bed, his earthly, paralyzed body remained asleep. He peered at himself closely and thought how drawn he looked, how grey. He hadn't realized that his head was quite so flat at the back. Odd to see himself as other people saw him, quite unnerving. He tried to imagine what would happen if he suddenly woke up and found himself face to face with himself. Frightened myself to death, probably. He walked around the end of the bed and went to the window. Outside he could see the cloudy night sky and the twinkling buildings of Philadelphia's center city. An airliner flew diagonally over the Schuylkill River, its navigation lights flashing. John stood motionless for almost a minute, breathing deeply and regularly, relishing the feeling that he was part of the world's activity again. He glanced at the clock beside the bed. It was 11:41. He wondered what was supposed to happen next, where he was supposed to go. Springer had talked about a key location, but hadn't told them where it was or how to get there. He was thinking about trying to leave when a very pretty girl appeared, standing quite close beside him. She was slightly built, with extravagant heaps of curly blonde hair, and she wore an elaborate black velvet ball gown, sewn with diamond patterns in silvery thread and seed pearls, and cut extremely low at the front. What was more remarkable than the fact that she had appeared was the fact that he was completely unsurprised to see her, and that he recognized her at once as Springer, in another guise.
"Ah," she said, smiling. "I see you're ready. I thought you might be the first."
He felt a little awkward, standing in front of this exotic creature in nothing but his backless hospital nightshirt, but he managed to smile back at her. "It's true," he told her with a mixture of amusement and triumph and relief. "Everything you said about the Night Warriors was true." Springer nodded. "Come along. We have to collect the others. Then we can go hunting." She led the way through the door and along the corridor. They passed 3 or 4 night staff, but to waking eyes, they were invisible. The nurses stared directly at them but didn't see them, which John found deeply unsettling. Only once did a nurse look up from her lamplit desk and frown, disturbed by the rush of molecules that had roiled through the empty corridor as John and Springer passed by. They reached Che-Wu's room. Che-Wu was lying on his bed, waiting, his expression one of complete helplessness. He had never walked in his life, so his body was unable to respond to what his mind expected of it. "Hello, Che-Wu," said Springer gently, and John understood why she had chosen such a soft and feminine manifestation to arouse them for the first time. Che-Wu whispered in quiet desperation, "I don't know what to do." "Don't worry," Springer told him. "All you have to do is think yourself upright. Your real physical body will remain in bed, so there's no chance of you falling and hurting yourself. All you have to do is rise." "Come on, Che-Wu," John coaxed. "It's fantastic." Che-Wu took a deep breath and then slowly sat up. He looked around him. He pressed his hands against his chest to check that he was actually upright. With great caution, he swung his legs off the bed and stood up on the floor. He was surprisingly tall when he stood up unaided. John had always imagined that he was tiny. He turned to Springer, and there were tears in his eyes. "I never knew what it was like," he said, his voice choked with emotion. "All my life I've tried to imagine it. What it was like to run, what it was like to dance. But this, it's wonderful. I didn't have any idea." Springer laid a hand on his shoulder and kissed his cheek. "There will be better things to come, I promise you." They moved up to the 7th floor to find Dean. John had been secretly wondering about Dean. I mean, the man has no legs. How is he going to... But when they passed through the door of his room, absorbed through the atoms of the wood like warm soup pouring through a strainer, they found Dean standing by the window, looking out over the city just as John had looked out, complete with legs. "Hey, Springer, you some bitch, or whatever your name is," he said, turning around with a sly, gratified grin. "I take it all back. That wasn't no conjuring trick, was it? You meant it. Every last word of it." "I knew you would change your mind once your legs were restored," said Springer with unconcealed self-satisfaction. Dean reached down and rubbed his thighs. "I don't know how the hell you did it, but I'm sure happy that you did." "I didn't do it. You did," Springer told him. "You could always feel your legs, couldn't you? Even after they were amputated. And you always had legs in your dreams. You're dreaming now, so it doesn't matter whether your physical body has legs or not, as long as your dream body is complete." "You're something else," said Dean. "Yes," Springer agreed. "You could probably say that I am." They moved on to find Billy wandering along the corridor in his nightshirt, looking bemused but pleased. "I woke up and I could walk, God damn it! It didn't even hit me until I was halfway across the room." He stared closely at Springer. "You're a girl," he declared. "Were you a girl before? Or was I seeing things?" Springer took his hand. "You will always see what you want to see, nothing more and nothing less.
and I will always be what you want me to be."
It was Toussaint who impressed John the most. They crowded into his room to find him dressed in a long 76ers t-shirt, dancing. His eyes were closed. Killer was thumping Tiny and Tinny from his bedside tape player, and his bare, brown, sandy-soled feet were hopping and skipping and moonwalking all around the vinyl-tiled floor. Springer nodded toward the tape player, and it switched itself off. Toussaint opened his eyes to find them all standing around him, smiling at him.
"For a cripple, you sure can boogie,"
Billy chaffed him.
"Hey, I just got up and I could dance,"
whooped Toussaint. He did a quick spin around the floor, pummeling his fists in the air like Mike Tyson, the world champion boxer. Springer raised her hand.
"There is very little time to waste. Here in Philadelphia, we are 3 hours ahead of California, so Lenny is not yet asleep. But as soon as he slips into unconsciousness, the shadow creature will be able to emerge yet again. We must do everything we can to destroy it before then."
John said, "Thaddeus and Norman Clay found out a whole lot more details about the shadow creature from the Pennsylvania Historical Society. Apparently, some weird character by the name of Nathan Grant—" Springer interrupted him by laying a hand on his shoulder.
"I know all about it, John, and in a very short while you will see why. Now it is time for you to come with me to the key location, where you will take on the identities that destiny has always intended to be truly yours."
"Do we take a bus, or what?" asked Billy.
"Hey, can you imagine it? 5 ghosts in a cab."
Springer smiled, but shook her head.
"All you have to do is to rise."
"Rise?" queried Billy.
Billy tried it first. He simply imagined that he could float, that the air could absorb him. He found himself drawn through the ceiling of Toussaint's room, then rising through room after room until he passed clear through the hospital's rooftop water tank and out into the night. He looked around, elated, and he could see both the Delaware and the Schuylkill rivers, black and glossy and sparkling with reflected lights, and between them the brilliantly glittering lights of the city itself, Rittenhouse Square and City Hall, and, farther to the west, the colonial spire of Independence Hall, where the Pennsylvania Convention had argued the Constitution into being. He turned and dived and circled the hospital at the level of the 15th floor, just as the rest of the newly recruited night warriors rose out of the roof like shadowy balloons untethered into the night. Springer came last of all, but she quickly drew them all toward her and led the way over the city toward the rich trees and elegant colonial houses of Germantown. They gradually sank lower over Wissahickon Avenue, descending below tree level as they reached Tulpehocken Avenue between Germantown Avenue and Green Street. John was concentrating too hard on his flight through the night to concern himself with his fellow night warriors, but he imagined that they must all be experiencing the same extraordinary sensation, that they were being soaked in by the atmosphere, that their own molecules were no different from the molecules in the air. They arrived at last at a small Georgian house, stone-fronted, with brown shutters at the windows and a brown-painted second-story balcony all the way around it. The house was surrounded and mostly hidden by ancient, overgrown oaks, and it looked unkempt and uninviting compared with most of the houses around it, which had been meticulously restored. Without hesitation, Springer led them through the tiled roof and into a large empty room on the second story. They sank to the floor and looked around them. The room had 2 tall windows on either side, 2 overlooking the road and 2 overlooking a weedy and unkempt garden. The windows were so grimy that it was almost impossible to see out. The room smelled of dust and years of neglect. Billy said,
"I don't think much of Ashapola's hospitality lounge, I have to tell you."
It is impossible for us to keep all 900 locations in good repair, Springer replied. Also, we do not wish to draw attention to ourselves.
What happens now? Asked John.
We are waiting for one more arrival, Springer explained. You will remember my telling you that all night warriors require a charge keeper, somebody to transport the huge stores of psychic energy they need for reloading their weapons systems, and also for traveling in and out of dreams.
You said that you'd lost your charge keeper, put in Toussaint. What was his name? Kha'Zix or something?
Springer said, Kha'Zix, that's right. We still have no word, and I am already having to concede that we have lost him forever. Still, we have one consolation, and I am already having to concede that we have lost him forever. Still, we have one consolation, and that is that I have been able to locate another charge keeper. In fact, 2 charge keepers, who will be able to give this force of night warriors more power when they enter into dreams than any equivalent force in the history of the armies of Ashapola.
Springer raised both hands. Almost immediately, the room began to hum and the windows to rattle and vibrate in their frames. A buzzing noise that went right through John's teeth. There was a moment's pause, and then, down through the ceiling came Thaddeus and Norman Clay to stand side by side at the opposite end of the room. John was startled.
Thaddeus! Norman! You!
Thaddeus came forward and took hold of John's hand. In spite of the fact that they were invisible and insubstantial to the rest of the world, their dream selves could still touch each other, still feel each other. Thaddeus said, I guess you could say that we were pretty confused at first. But, once we'd gotten over the initial shock, the idea of being night warriors kind of appealed. He turned to Springer and added, So did she, or he, or whatever she is, once we'd gotten over the initial shock of her.
So you're descendants of night warriors too? Asked John.
It's not so surprising when you think about it, Thaddeus replied. Norman has always been psychic ever since he was born, and our mother always used to tell us that we were descended from special people. Springer says our great-great-great-grandfather was Oramas, a charge keeper from the east coast of Africa. Seems he was responsible for exterminating some African demons called the... What were they called, Springer?
The Maskim, said Springer. The demons of Sumeria. There were 7 of them, and for hundreds and hundreds of years they swept the entire African continent with plagues and slavery and droughts and bloodshed. Oramas defeated them single-handed. He was one of the greatest and the bravest of the charge keepers.
Well, I'm really glad to see you, John told Thaddeus, and shook Norman's hand, too. It looks like you're boldly going to go where no police detective has ever gone before.
Springer said, We have very little time. Thaddeus and Norman, I'm going to energize you now, and then you can pass on your energy to your fellow night warriors.
What are we going to do? Asked John.
Lenny's in California. How can we possibly help him from here?
Springer stepped back, her long velvet ball gown swirling like a pool of oil.
You have the power to reach California almost instantaneously, especially since you have 2 charge keepers. You will use a technique called the dream shift, using the dream of Gil Miller, the night warrior who is looking after Lenny. Gil is Tebelat, the machine carrier. He will be entering Lenny's dream with you as a guide.
Springer beckoned to Thaddeus and Norman to approach her. One of them stood on each side of her while the others watched and waited. She laid a hand on each of their shoulders, closed her eyes, and whispered,
Ashapola, I ask for your power. A deep vibration went through the house, as disturbing as a distant earth tremor, and for a moment John felt the odd seismic sensation of having the floor pulled out from underneath him like a rug. Finger-like patterns of lightning crawled from Springer's hands and danced all around the Clay brothers' heads and shoulders. At the same time, the room was filled with the burned odor of electricity and heated metal. Right in front of John's eyes, huge and complex suits of armor began to form out of the air and build themselves around Thaddeus and Norman. In a matter of moments, they were complete, and Thaddeus and Norman themselves had taken on physical substance, so that they looked as solid as any human being. Their armor was shiny midnight blue metallic, with narrow wedge-shaped helmets, giving the twins a shark-like appearance. Each twin had a chrome grill on the front of his suit of armor, and this grill constantly flickered and crackled with blue-white energy. Thaddeus's grill protruded to the left side of his breastplate, Norman's to the right.
"Thaddeus," said Springer, stepping away from them, "you are RMS 1. Norman, you are RMS 2. As you are in everyday life, that is how you shall be as night warriors, able to fight independently of each other, but also capable of coming together and forming a force that is greater than the sum of your individuality. Each of you carries thousands of volts of psychic energy. Each of you, on your own, can support all of the other night warriors here. You understand that you have no weapons of your own, but that in critical circumstances you can discharge a large proportion of your energy with devastating effect. If you are ever tempted to do that, however, think first of your fellow night warriors. Without your reserves of energy, they will be unable to return to their waking bodies."
Springer drew the twins close together and showed them how their power grills could be connected by means of 3 chrome levers. The grills fitted perfectly, and the heavy levers closed with a satisfying tick-ka-chunk. Instantly, the flow of psychic current that had been sparkling around each individual grill began to circulate around the entire double structure, with an even louder hum of latent energy.
Interconnected like this, you can command up to 3 times the power that you have at your disposal individually. If you were ever to discharge this power, it would have the equivalent effect in a dream of a 10-megaton nuclear bomb in real life. Of course, psychic energy discharges have no fallout. But you must remember that the consequences of such a discharge in the world of dreams could be as disruptive as they would be in real life. You would shake the psyche of everybody within a 100-mile radius. Even more seriously, you could destroy the dreamer himself, as he appears in his own dream. And if you do that, the dream will collapse on you, and you will be lost to the real world forever.
"Sounds moderately dangerous," Dean remarked.
Springer smiled. "On a percentage scale, the enemies you will encounter in dreams will be about 200% more dangerous than anything you ever had to face in Vietnam."
"The worst thing I ever had to face in Vietnam was friendly fire," Dean retorted.
"That is the way of all wars," said Springer, "and no less true of the wars of the night."
Billy said, "I'm beginning to think I'd prefer to sit this one out."
Springer held out her hand toward him. "You will soon find your courage when you feel the power of Ashipola. Come forward."
Billy was reluctant, and Springer had to take his hand and lead him up to RMS 2, as if she were tugging a shy date onto the dance floor at a graduation ball.
"This isn't going to hurt, is it?" queried Billy, cautiously laying his hand on RMS 2's shoulder plate.
Springer shook her head.
"We will see you now as Orchestrax, the night engineer. Close your eyes and let the energy flow into you.
Billy wiped sweat from his forehead with the back of his hand.
You really sure you need me?
The part you have to play is crucial, said Springer. Without you, an enemy such as the shadow creature can never be defeated.
John had been watching Springer, the way her face constantly changed and shifted. Sometimes she looked more masculine than feminine. Sometimes she looked so smooth-faced and neutral that she could have been either or both. Her clothes changed too. Sometimes the back of her dress was dotted with thousands of shining seed pearls. At other times it was plain. Billy swallowed and grasped Oramas II's shoulder as tight as he could.
Oh, well, here goes nothing. Give it everything you got, good buddy.
Again, there was a smouldering crackle and a smell in the air of burned copper and ozone. Billy gritted his teeth, threw back his head, squeezed his eyes tight shut, and shivered all the way down his body as the power of Ashopola flowed into him. Gradually, a shining, domed helmet materialized on his head, a helmet with 3 different instruments fitted to the brow, so that they could be swung down in front of Archistrax's eyes whenever he needed them. Archistrax wore an armored breastplate in the same flawless chromium and a molded chromium codpiece. His muscular legs were bare, but he wore knee-length boots of some malleable metal, just as shiny as the rest of his armor. Around his waist, he carried an extraordinary collection of tools: speed wrenches, reversible ratchet spanners, hammers, gauges, micrometers, drills, and welding torches. Springer approached him and smiled.
The Night Engineer, she said with satisfaction. It is over 200 years since I have seen a night warrior such as you.
Archistrax reached up and touched the instruments on the brow of his helmet.
What are these doodads? He asked.
Your surveying and planning equipment, Springer explained. This large one here, with the multiple lenses, this is a laser array that makes it possible for you to calculate the precise distance and height of any object, building, or topographical feature. This, next to it, is a psychic compass, which works out the discrepancy between magnetic north in the real world and the dreamer's perception of north, which, of course, can often be wildly at variance. And here, lastly, is your structural theorizer, which is a visual display unit giving you an instantaneous pictorial plan of the best structure you can build to solve any given engineering problem, whether it's a bridge or a fortress or a pier, or some completely imaginary construction to match the strategic situation in the dream.
Archistrax said,
What about weapons? Don't I have any weapons?
Springer told him,
You will have very little time for fighting, Archistrax. The others will be depending on you to prepare the way for them. But you have a knife that is capable, quite literally, of cutting through any substance, whether it is real or imaginary.
Now it was Cheu's turn. He approached Oramas I and laid a hand on his shoulder. He said nothing, but serenely closed his eyes as Ashopola converted the boy who had been born as a helpless quadriplegic into one of the most graceful and powerful of his night warriors. In a swirling of molecules, a huge samurai-style helmet materialized on his head, arrayed with 8 discs in complicated metal racks. The rest of his armor was just as magnificent. It was made from heavy strips of blue-black leather embossed with gilded curlicues and dragons, and had upswept epaulets crested in gold and a heavy leather kilt. Cheu was now Exii, the discus thinker. Springer released one of the discs from Exii's helmet. It was about 6 or 7 inches across and brilliantly polished so that it gave off rainbows, not unlike a compact disc. It hummed very slightly, because it contained power of its own.
All you have to do, XE, is to stare unwaveringly at your enemy and think one of your discs at him. You will soon learn the different functions of the various discs. One of them oscillates in flight, so that it can cut through armor. One of them curves around like a boomerang and attacks your enemy from the rear. One of them gives off dense and acrid smoke. One of them burns. One of them radiates dazzling light. One of them is capable of passing through anything and anyone without causing any damage until it reaches the target you have chosen.
"Better than a neutron bomb," remarked Billy.
XE bowed to Springer. "I accept my duty as an honor. I will not disgrace Ashapola, nor the name of the Night Warriors."
"Give a slant a weapon, and believe me, you're in trouble," said Dean. "I'm thanking my stars that he's on our side."
Springer said sharply, "Dean, there will be no derogatory remarks passed between you. You are Night Warriors. In battle, you will depend on each other totally. One night, you may have to look to XE for your life."
"Just joshing," said Dean, with a tight grin.
Toussaint now stepped forward, a little nervously, to lay his hand on Oramas II's shoulder and feel the influx of energy that would change him into Lyrak, the music sniper. There was a high, keening noise in the room as his armor gradually appeared around his body, the kind of noise that makes neighborhood dogs prick up their ears and window panes suddenly crack. Toussaint was dressed in a hard, ribbed, shell-like material that was almost translucent. It curved around his chest and over his shoulders in a way that reminded John of conch shells, with 2 rows of spiny knobs all the way down his back. His legs were protected by jointed sections of the same material, so cunningly articulated that he could move as smoothly as if his legs were bare. Instead of a helmet, he wore a tight white skullcap made of fine-grained leather. However, it was Lyrak's music rifle that impressed them all the most. It was nearly 7 feet long, a thin, attenuated instrument that was more like a stretched-out sitar than a rifle. There were dozens of strings along its neck, each of which could be adjusted by an arrangement of steel pegs and cogs, and each fitting into the multi-barreled muzzle like a panpipe. Attached to the left side of the music rifle's stock was a binocular sight with a brass mask instead of eye cups, so that it fitted over the music sniper's face. At the sides of the mask were 2 earphones made of the same shell-like material as Lyrak's armor, so that the music sniper could hear what he was aiming at as well as see it. Springer helped Lyrak to fasten the sight to his face. "The sight enables you to aim with both senses. When you have your enemy in sight, you can tune your rifle so that it sends out a musical note that matches exactly the cadence of his heartbeat or any other of his biorhythms, destroying him instantly. There was a great battle in the 18th century in Germany, in the recurring nightmares of Marianne Kirchgessner, a blind virtuoso on the glass harmonica. Even Mozart's nightmares became entangled in the battle, because he knew Fräulein Kirchgessner well and had written music for her. That was a time when the music rifle proved itself to be one of the deadliest weapons in all the Night Warrior's armory." Lyrak raised the long barrel and swung it around. "It's not properly tuned at the moment," said Springer. "But try it and see what happens." Lyrak pressed one of the triggers. There was a sound like a soft cloth being rubbed against a stiff and unyielding surface, but enormously amplified. It made John feel as if every nerve in his body had vibrated. Instantly, a lump of plaster dropped from the ceiling cornice on the opposite side of the room and clattered to the floor. "Properly tuned, that could have blown the roof clean off the house and into the Schuylkill River," said Springer. Lyrak removed the mask and lowered the rifle,
impressed.
Man, this beats your ghetto blaster any day of the week.
It was Mean Dean's turn to step forward now. He walked stiffly on legs that were nothing but memories of legs, but he stood next to Oramas II with a self-assurance that was almost cocksure. "Come on, friend. Let's have it. Full power." Oramas II transmitted the energy that changed Dean into Themesteroth, the Rocketeer. His armor was massive and slabby and jet black, with an octagonal helmet and an angular breastplate. On his back he carried a rack of 9 sharp-nosed rockets, black and wicked-looking, and, protruding from the right side of his helmet, was a rectangular box containing the rocket's guidance system. On each thigh, Themesteroth carried a heavy metal box that contained the components of 9 more rockets. Dean looked out through the green-tinted faceplate.
"How the hell does this work?"
he demanded in a muffled voice.
"There's about 100 gadgets and flashing lights in here. It makes Caesar's palace look like an outhouse."
Springer said,
These rockets are devastating in effect, but they are comparatively simple to launch and direct. Your suit will do most of the work for you. The rockets do not home on heat, but on latent aggression. If you come across anybody in a dream who might do you harm, even if they would only consider launching an attack against you, a warning light will flash immediately and ask you if you wish to take preemptive action. It's like knowing in advance that a man approaching you along the street is disposed to mug you, and having the chance either to take evasive action or to hit him first. Once you have decided to attack, your guidance system will automatically take over, and the rocket will pursue your enemy at high speed. When one of your rockets hits its target, it will implode rather than explode, creating a temporary point of infinite gravity. A miniature black hole, if you like. Your enemy will not be blown apart, but compressed beyond all imagination. Needless to say, the Night Warriors have yet to encounter any dream manifestation that is capable of withstanding Themesteroth's awesome rocketry.
"Thanks for the compliment," said Themesteroth. Springer lifted a warning finger.
Each Night Warrior who carries the name Themesteroth has to earn his reputation.
"I earned my reputation already, in Nam, without all this junk," said Dean.
A reputation for dishonesty?
Asked Springer, arching one perfectly plucked eyebrow.
Or for sheer folly?
"A reputation for doing what was necessary, Ms. Springer. Like if this censor here suddenly told me that you were a latent aggressor, I wouldn't have any qualms about jabbing the zap button."
"Well, my dear, that shows just how little you've learned," said Springer airily, turning her back on him. "I am not a sensate being, nor even a dream creation of a sensate being, so your equipment will never register anything at all."
John looked at her smooth-skinned triangular back, now bare, and thought, how can the holographic messenger of an unseen god have anything so desirable as a single mole on her right shoulder blade? He didn't know whether Springer was capable of reading his mind, but she turned at that moment and gave him a curious, flickering look that made him feel for an instant as if his soul had been exposed.
"Now," she said, "we have just one more. You, John. Please, step forward."
John walked up to Oramas I and held out his hand. Oramas I clasped it, a tight and brotherly handshake. "It seems like this is one battle we were fated to fight together," said John. Oramas I nodded, his face half hidden by his chisel-shaped helmet. "It's one we're going to win, though, John, believe me. For Lenny's sake." John laid his hand cautiously on Oramas I's shoulder. He felt at once as if his entire circulatory system were effervescing, as if power was surging through his body, fizzing through his muscles and his veins and his nerves, right down to the soles of his feet. His body began to develop and to fill out. His chest deepened. He felt strength and confidence like he had never felt before. Around his head, a sleek, lightweight helmet materialized, teardrop-shaped, not unlike the helmets worn by high-speed cyclists. His chest and upper arms were covered in a tight, stretchy skin of shimmering electric blue.
"Energy armor," Springer explained. "It has no molecular weight whatsoever, and it will protect you against glancing blows and random fire."
"What about a direct hit?" John asked.
Springer ran her finger along the muscular outline of his shoulders, and her fingertip spat tiny sparks. "Reblax the Runner is the fastest of the Night Warriors. He runs faster than anyone has ever dreamed possible, and that means that no enemy has yet been able to hit him. You should need no more protection than this."
Reblax looked down. The lower part of his body was encased in a sleek, semi-transparent material like thin latex, and he wore running shoes that were little more than thin slippers. He was not going to be weaponless, however. In the palm of Reblax's right hand, a thin, curved piece of metal began to materialize, like a flattened pistol grip. It fitted into his hand perfectly, as if it had been molded from an impression of his own palm. This curve of metal was attached at its lower end to the thinnest of metallic wires, and the wire was wound around Reblax's wrist. Springer explained,
"As you run, release your grip on the crescent and spin it around and around so that the wire unwinds. You can whip it around your head or in any direction you choose. It is more devastating than a scythe. It can take a man's head off his shoulders or even cut him clean in half."
Springer took 2 or 3 paces back and lifted her arms.
"You are Night Warriors now. You are ready to join Tebelat in our battle against the shadow creature. Before you leave, however, you must repeat the ancient chant of the Night Warriors. It will be your protection and your creed throughout the battles of the night."
One by one, in that upstairs room in Germantown, Philadelphia, the Night Warriors knelt and bowed their heads and repeated the pledge that every Night Warrior had made since men and women had first ventured into the world of dreams to fight the evil that dwelt there. "Now, when the face of the world is covered with darkness, let us prepare ourselves here at this place of our meeting. Let us arm and armor ourselves, and let us be nourished by the power that is dedicated to the cleaving of darkness, the settling of all black matters, and the dissipation of evil. So be it." "So be it," the Night Warriors repeated. On Springer's instructions, they formed a circle, hands gripping hands, facing outward.
Springer said, "The dream shift works on exactly the same principle as the seance, where people sit holding hands in order to share and to circulate their spiritual sensitivity. Of course, the dream shift is millions of times more powerful than the seance. If anybody were able to tap into the same psychic energy that you will be using, they would be fried in their seats. You are facing outward because the center of the dream shift is pure psychic power, and to look at it, even through your masks and faceplates, would blind you."
Reblax thought that they looked like the most extraordinary collection of warriors he had ever seen, but as he gripped hands with Xee and Themesteroth, he felt pride and strength and determination. There should be music, he thought. Deep, dramatic, belligerent drums. This is the moment when the forces of light come out to make war against the forces of darkness. This is the moment
when the Night Warriors march.
Now, Springer told them, and may Ashapola guide you all. From RMS 1 and RMS 2, their power grills connected, a wave of immense energy surged around the circle of Night Warriors. The current was so strong that all of them jerked in muscular spasm, and Archistrax actually cried out. But the current did not subside. Instead, it built up stronger and stronger, around and around, like molecules racing around a linear accelerator. Reblax felt as if his entire being had been dragged out of his body and circulated at high speed all the way around the circle, and as if the beings of Xee and Themesteroth and Archistrax and Lyrak and Oromas 1 and 2 were being circulated through him. Veins, arteries, capillaries, and nerve ganglia faster and faster, one after the other, like a carnival carousel that had gone deliriously out of control. Behind their backs, in the center of the Dream Shift circle, a bright light began to shine. It was tiny and intense at first, like an arc lamp. Then it gradually stretched and grew until it was a single dazzling pillar, so bright that if any of them had glimpsed it even for an instant, their retinas would have been printed with a dozen green after-images, the dancing pillars of blindness. Unseen, the light began to take on a shape, the shape of Tebelot, the machine carrier, which was Gil Miller's identity during the hours of darkness, helmeted, armored, and carrying over his shoulder the huge energy weapon that gave him his name. Tebelot looked like an embryo, half-formed and sheathed in light, because this manifestation was not really him, but his dream energy bridging the distance between Philadelphia and Solana Beach. It was his soul which had arrived in this house tonight to guide the 7 new Night Warriors across the darkening curve of the American continent. Outside the house on Wissahinnok Avenue, a 60-year-old man in golfing slacks and an Arnold Palmer sports shirt was walking his poodle. For an instant, in the second-story windows, he saw a flash of light so bright that the oak trees surrounding the house looked as if they had been cast out of soldering flux, and the grass was bleached white.
"Holy Jiminy," he said,
standing stock still, staring. He knew the house was empty. He had often complained to the Germantown Historical Society about its peeling shutters and unkempt garden. But that light had flashed like a bomb. Or maybe it wasn't a bomb. Maybe it was aliens. He had read something in the news about aliens landing.
"Renoir!"
he shouted hoarsely. But his poodle had slipped its leash and run for the bushes. Dogs could feel the presence of Night Warriors, even if their masters couldn't. If he hadn't turned away to look for his poodle, the man would have seen one other sign of supernatural activity. A few brief flickers of light above the roof of the old Georgian house, as the Night Warriors were taken instantaneously to California. They left the room dark and bare, except for Springer, who stood alone, her hands lightly cupped together, her forehead furrowed in anxiety. Springer knew the risks of sending inexperienced Night Warriors against a manifestation that was as old and as emotionless as the earth itself. But she had been given no choice. There were no experienced Night Warriors, apart from Kha'Zix and Tebelot and Samina and Zaxa, who had fought the demon Yaumahuitl. But Kha'Zix was dead now, or trapped in the limbo of Lenny's dreams, and without Kha'Zix, their chosen charge-keeper, Tebelot and Samina and Zaxa were powerless to go into full-scale combat. Like old sweats in the First World War, all they could do was help the raw recruits on their way to the front. Springer turned to the window and looked out at the night. She could remember the years when the world had been teeming with demons. when the night warriors had gone out every single night on massive campaigns, when their war banners had flapped in the unfelt winds that had blown through the dreaming consciousness of the entire human race. They had battled over every imaginable terrain, through every imaginable nightmare, never knowing what the next night was going to bring. But they had cornered the last of the demons, one after the other, and destroying them or imprisoned them forever with the seals of righteousness. And there had been no need for night warriors any more. Only Springer remembered, and Springer wasn't even real. She lowered her head and closed her eyes as if she were asleep, and gradually she faded from the room and disappeared. Chapter 13. Reblax opened his eyes. They were still standing in a circle, but now the circulation of energy had died away. Everything seemed quiet. Reblax had been conscious of leaving the ground, of flying at a great height, so high that he had seen the curvature of the earth, and the stars and the spattered lights of sleeping America. But flying was not enough to describe the experience fully. It had been like falling. It had been like exploding. It had almost been like dying. The night warriors looked at each other, and then at their surroundings. They were standing in a shabby upstairs room in a house that obviously had once been elegant. The room was lit by a single naked bulb. The plaster was hairlined with cracks, and the floorboards were swirled with grit.
"Seems like Ashapola's property maintenance leaves a lot to be desired,"
Archistrax remarked. He hitched up his belt, and all his tools clinked and clattered.
"He's a god, not a landlord,"
Exii retorted. Lyrak unshouldered his music rifle.
"What do we do now? I thought we were going into action."
Oromas I lifted his hand to quiet him. "Shh! The one they call Tebalot is here. The least you can do is show some respect." Tebalot appeared through the unopened door. He wore no helmet, but his chest was protected by white armor with shining white wing plates. In one hand he carried a massive piece of machinery shaped like an M60 machine gun, but larger and longer, with all kinds of complicated switches and clips and slots on it.
"Welcome," he said. "My name is Tebalot, the machine carrier."
"Good to know you," said Reblax. He shook Tebalot's hand. "I understand from Springer that you've been taking care of my son."
"Lenny? Yes," said Tebalot, smiling. "And don't worry about him. He's fine so far. All we have to do is make sure that we hit that shadow creature that's hiding inside of him, and hit it quick."
He looked around at the assembled night warriors.
"Some great dog faces you got here," he said. "Oromas I, Oromas II, Exii, right? Archistrax, Lyrak, and Themesteroth."
"Dog face yourself, friend," Themesteroth snapped back. "This isn't goddamn Fort Meade." Obviously, he still resented his experience at the U.S. Army Training Center in New Jersey, where they had shaved off his hair, marched him up and down, and made some kind of soldier out of him.
"Hey, come on, man,"
said Tebalot, clapping his hand on Themesteroth's arm.
"We're all in this together. Nobody's pulling rank."
Themesteroth pushed Tebalot's hand away.
"I don't need to be patronized, friend. Just because you've done this before."
"Whatever you say,"
Tebalot told him. It was clear that he wasn't canvassing for a fight. But Lyrak put in,
"Don't take any notice of him, man. He was in Vietnam, thinks he's tough. Spent most of his time ripping off liquor and hustling girls."
"You want your ass blown off?" Themesteroth retorted. "Because I can oblige."
"Enough," said Oromas I. "We're night warriors now. We haven't come here to argue among ourselves.
We've come here to fight the shadow creature." The Mesteroth shrugged, sniffed dryly, and turned away. Tebelot gave him a sharp look, but then turned to the others and said, "Listen, we don't have very much time. Lenny has only just gone to sleep, and he was pretty tired, too. So, under normal circumstances, you could expect your full 8 hours. But he's been upset, and he's pretty unhappy away from his dad. So there's a serious risk that he could wake up at any time. I'll take you to him now, and we can get straight into his dreams. But I have to warn you, they're real unstable, and you'll have to keep a weather eye out for the slightest sign that he's waking up. In which case, we need to get out of there pronto." Tebelot rose out of the house, and one by one they followed him. Reblack saw that the dilapidated house stood by itself in an overgrown garden, but that all around it was a small seaside community typical of the southern stretches of the Pacific Highway: Leucadia, Encinitas, Cardiff by the Sea, a jumble of beach houses and souvenir shops, Mexican restaurants, and rinky-dink hotels. The Pacific Ocean crawled up to the shoreline, noisy and dark. Together, the night warriors were carried through the night in loose formation, as light as dandelion puffs, keeping the ocean on their left. Tebelot led them northward up the Pacific Highway, only 60 or 70 feet above the road, then down toward the Solana Beach boardwalk and the small store with the steel-shuttered window and the Pepsi-Cola sign that read, "Miller's Open Late." Reblax's mouth was dry with anxiety and anticipation as they sank through the shingled roof and into the bedrooms above the store. They found themselves gathered in one of the smallest rooms, where Lenny lay asleep. Reblax knelt down beside the bed, taking off his streamlined helmet so that he could get a closer look at his son. To his relief, Lenny looked fine. He was hot, his cheeks flushed, but then the night was hot, even with the window open and the sea breeze blowing in. Lenny's hand was crooked up. He was holding hands with his guardian angel. Reblax turned to Tebelot, and his eyes glistened in the darkness of the room. "Thank you," he whispered. "It looks like you've taken care of him real well." Tebelot said, "We like him a lot. My mom would probably adopt him if Dad would let her." "May I touch him?" asked Reblax. Tebelot shook his head. "Better not to. He's beginning to dream. We should be getting ourselves ready." Reblax slowly stood up and looked around at his fellow night warriors. "Well," he said, "I guess we'd better do it." Oromas I and Oromas II raised their hands. Between them, they drew 2 overlapping octagons of brilliant blue light. These octagons remained in the air, unwavering. Oromas I reached inside them, and while the rest of the night warriors watched, all mesmerized by this procedure except for Tebelot, who had seen it done many times before, he literally parted the fabric of waking reality with his hands and opened up the world of Lenny's dreams like an amateur theater production. Through the eyeglass shapes of the double octagons, they could see a wide, windy beach in bright but cloudy daylight and a distant ocean churning along the shoreline. There is a dream, a picture, that for years at intervals has come noiselessly up before me. It is nothing more or less than a stretch of interminable white-brown sand, hard and smooth and broad, with the ocean perpetually, grandly, rolling in upon it. Oromas I and Oromas II raised their arms in unison, and the octagons rose up above them and shimmered in the air just below the ceiling, over their heads. "Keep close together," Tebelot warned. "And don't shoot at anything until I tell you to. You're going to find that nothing is what it seems to be." "Let's just get in there and kick some ass," the Mesteroth complained. With the return of his mobility, he had recovered his intolerance, too.
Tabelot turned to him and said, "Listen, Themesteroth, the way Springer tells it, your ancestors were always spoiling for a showdown, but try to cool it, will you? The whole thing about dreams is that they're imaginary. They're unstable. They're like nitroglycerin, you know? All you have to do is stumble or trip, and up they go. Just entering them is dangerous enough, so use some self-control, okay? Otherwise, you could end up screwing up the whole deal. And screwing up the whole deal means that lots of people get hurt. Us, Lenny, and however many people this shadow wants to get out and kill."
Themesteroth took a tight breath. "Whatever you say, Mr. Tabelot, sir."
"All right," said Tabelot to their 2 charge-keepers. "Let's get this show on the road."
Between them, Oromas 1 and Oromas 2 lowered the octagons down to floor level until the beach scene surrounded the night warriors on all sides. They looked around them. They were inside a dream, but they could feel the damp, salty ocean breeze blowing, and they could smell the rackweed that swirled in the surf.
"Any idea where we are?"
Tabelot asked Redblax. Redblax frowned. The beach was completely unfamiliar.
"Any reason why I should?" "You're his father, Redblax. If Lenny ever visited this place in his waking life, then you're the one who would know about it. Did you ever take him on vacation someplace that looked like this? Do you recall seeing a place like this on television, or in a movie, or in a book even?"
Redblax shook his head. They could have been anywhere, although the beach had the general appearance of the less populated stretches of the Jersey shore between Ocean City and Cape May. The sky was whitish and overcast, the color of Andrew Wyeth's dry tempera skies. Off to the west, a line of low dunes lay like dead or sleeping camels. The sea beat against the beach with the sound of muffled drums, and the drumming was echoed by the dunes. Oromas 1 switched on his sensors and turned slowly in a circle, his boot heels making curved impressions in the brown-white sand. "I'm not picking up any signs of life," he remarked. Nonetheless, Tabelot drew back the T-bar of his machine and checked the glowing bar, which told him that it was fully charged. Lyrak lifted his music rifle too and tuned it to the whistling of the wind. Oromas 2, even though he hadn't switched on his sensors, said, "There's something here, something out of key, something that doesn't belong in this dream." "Can you work out what?" asked Tabelot. "And where?" Oromas 2 pressed his gauntleted hands over his face.
"It's running. I don't know what it is or where, but it's running."
He hesitated for a moment, and then he said urgently,
"It's running toward us."
They whipped around, looking in every direction, but all they could see was the ocean and the beach.
"Maybe it's invisible," XEI suggested.
"Invisible? Jesus!" Themesteroth cursed. "How are we supposed to fight this thing if we can't even see it?"
But Oromas 2 kept his hand pressed over his faceplate, using his own psychic perceptions rather than the sophisticated direction instruments that had been given to him by Ashopola. Gradually, showing some uncertainty at first, he lifted a right hand, palm toward the ground, and pointed toward the northeast.
"There! It's coming from that direction, just about there, and it's coming fast."
"For Christ's sake, man, I can't see anything at all!"
Archistrax shouted, and the fear in his voice was as prickly as a mouthful of sewing pins.
Tabelot said, "I'm picking it up now. You were right when you said it was fast. God almighty, it's coming straight at us like a goddamn train."
The night warriors instinctively formed a defensive semicircle. Themesteroth armed his rocket array, and all the way around the edges of his rocket pack, tiny red telltale lights began to blink. XE adopted the traditional knees-bent, arms-upraised kung fu posture of his Oriental grandfathers.
Archistrax hefted his huge Bowie-style knife. Reblax let the metal crescent slip from his hand and unwound 2 or 3 meters of cutting wire, listening to it whistle as it sliced up the wind. He prayed that he wouldn't lose his nerve, that whatever creature they had pursued into Lenny's unconscious mind could be killed easily and quickly, without any casualties, without any bloodshed. He kept thinking of horror movies he had seen on late-night television, stabbings and stranglings and decapitations. But these images were only a mental defense against the most hideous image of all, the monstrous black shadow that had come rushing into the bedroom and sliced Jennifer open with one terrible sweep of its claws. The hideous darkness that had enveloped Sister Perpetua and eviscerated her without any hesitation at all. Darkness, he thought. Darkness. So dark in every essence that they should have been able to see it coming from miles and miles away, on a beach as brightly dirty white as this, so uncompromisingly black that it could never be completely invisible. So where was it? How could it be invisible unless dreams obeyed no logic whatsoever? And he refused to believe that. Exii had cocked back the catch on his discus helmet, preparing to shoot at whatever might or might not suddenly appear in front of them. Themesteroth had armed his first rocket and eased himself down on one knee, rather like a medieval knight waiting to feel the touch of a king's sword on his shoulder, anticipating the word to fire. Suddenly, the answer occurred to Reblax. John had taken Lenny to Atlantic City about 2 months before Virginia died, and the sun had been so fierce that Lenny had started to burn. To protect Lenny, John had dug him a little hollow in the sand, and they had pretended that it was Lenny's cave. The sun never shines in caves, Lenny. Caves are always dark. "Under the ground!" he shouted at the Oromas twins. "Look for him underground!" They didn't have the chance. As Oromas 1 hastily fumbled to adjust his sensors, something huge and black came detonating out of the sand right in front of them, and the daylight was instantly drowned out. The beach became a chaos of darkness and terror and stinging sand. Claws whistled at them through the boiling, abrasive murk. Lyrak screamed shrilly. Reblax felt something slice past his shoulder, so close that he felt the wind of it, and saw furrows in the dust cloud. Then another slice struck him a glancing blow on his shimmering blue energy armor, and he was knocked to one side, colliding with Tebelot, who was juggling the muzzle of his machine weapon from side to side in a hopeless attempt to see what he was aiming at. He thought for one jagged moment that they were all going to die, that the shadow creature was going to slash them all to ribbons. But then Themesteroth fired. Reblax saw the blast of magnesium-bright flame out of the corner of his eye, heard the brief ripping thunder of Themesteroth's rocket. The shadow creature was almost on top of them, a black, tempestuous cloud like thunder or locusts, and the rocket's implosive warhead went off instantaneously, creating a nexus of ultimate gravity that flashed darker than the shadow creature itself. Reblax felt the creature shudder and momentarily yield. "Another!" he screamed at Themesteroth. "For Christ's sake, Themesteroth! Another!" Themesteroth fired again, and a second rocket ripped from the rack on his back. With a dull, unyielding thump like a bowling ball dropped on a hardwood floor, another black hole blossomed darker than dark, and there was no doubt this time that the shadow creature flinched. Scrabbling to recover his balance, Tebelot lifted his machine and hosepiped a stream of pure psychic energy at the shadow creature. It glittered and sparkled in the darkness, but while it looked spectacular, it appeared to have no effect on the shadow creature at all. In fact, the shadow creature appeared to absorb the energy and recover itself and roll forward again. "Get back, you mother!"
Themesteroth yelled at it and fired a third rocket. The implosion was so close that their eardrums popped with negative pressure, and Reblax felt his eyeballs tugged in their sockets. The shadow creature swirled for a moment, and then withdrew, the same way that a black silk opera cloak slides off a marble tabletop, and vanished surrealistically into a slit in the sand. The beach was suddenly bright again, and empty. Reblax turned around, alarmed and distressed. Lyrak was sprawled face down on the sand, with Tebelot already kneeling beside him. There was blood everywhere, a fine spray all over one side of his seashell breastplate. "Is he bad?" asked Reblax, hunkering down. Tebelot lifted Lyrak's arm, feeling his pulse. "He'll live, but he'll carry a scar. One of the claws caught him just between his breastplate and his upper arm, cut the muscle. Listen, Armas II can take him back into the waking world. We'll go on. Armas I will have enough energy to get us back." "We hope," said Themesteroth, lifting his faceplate and wiping his forehead with the back of his hand. Exii said,
"How can we follow the creature when it has gone underground?"
"Blast our way in," Themesteroth suggested. Archistrax swung his surveying lenses down in front of his eyes and switched the mechanism on. On his screen, he could see a cross-section of the composition of the beach that stretched in front of him. The others watched him as he adjusted the dials, the illuminated diagram of the sands casting a rippled pattern across the upper part of his face. At last, he said,
"The whole geological substructure of this beach is riddled with holes. It's more like a sponge, or the inside of somebody's body."
"Can we gain access?"
asked Tebelot.
"There's a fault line running roughly east to west. We could try blasting it with a couple of rockets. If you can give me a couple of minutes, I can run the whole scenario through my theorizer."
"No time," said Tebelot. "Armas II, you take Lyrak out of this dream. Themesteroth, get blasting."
"I've picked it up," Armas I said suddenly. "It's heading north, under the sand, very fast." Archistrax turned northward.
"And there's a natural outlet right over there, about 6 miles north-northeast, right between the dunes. I'll bet you a sawbuck that's where the creature's headed."
"It's going too fast," said Armas I. "We'll never catch it."
"Let me try,"
Reblax suggested. "I'm supposed to be the dream equivalent of Carl Lewis."
"It's worth a try,"
Tebelot agreed.
"Maybe you can keep it holed up just long enough for us to hit it from behind."
Armas II was already creating the shimmering octagon that would take him and the wounded Lyrak back into the waking world. He didn't look too happy about missing all the action, but he held out his hand to his twin brother and said,
"Take it easy, man, you hear?"
The octagon slowly descended around Armas II and Lyrak, and they disappeared from sight, as if they had stepped through an invisible trapdoor. Reblax left the others and started to run toward the dunes. He started off at an easy jog, but he soon realized that he had never felt like this before. His legs seemed to move with incredible smoothness and power, without any real effort at all. His thin-soled shoes gave him extraordinary sureness of foot, without gripping. He looked back and saw that he had already covered 200 meters, and he was barely warmed up. He lowered the purple-tinted visor of his helmet and began to run faster. He was astonished by the way he picked up speed. He accelerated from jogging to running as if he were jet-propelled. Then he was doing more than running, he was sprinting. But not with the jerky, furious movements of an Olympic sprinter. His arms and his legs were still working with perfect smoothness, almost unhurried. Yet he must have been running at nearly 50 miles an hour. He crossed the beach like a human arrow, his feet pelting so lightly across the surface of the sand that he scarcely marked it. The slipstream whistled past his teardrop-shaped helmet,
and slithered around his skin-tight running costume. To anyone watching, he would have looked like a high-speed, two-legged machine, strong and tireless and perfectly coordinated. Reblax, the runner. He had already covered half the distance to the dunes when a dull thump caught up with him. Themesteroth's rockets, dislodging the sandstone crust that covered the caves into which the shadow creature had fled. He looked over his shoulder and saw a wind-twisted pillar of dust, and his fellow night warriors disappearing into the surface of the beach, as if they were climbing down into a cellar. He ran on, his arms and legs flying. He felt he could run at this speed forever without losing his wind. 3.5 miles, 4, all in slightly less than 6 minutes. And he was still going at full speed as he passed the 5-mile mark, only a mile away from the natural outlet that Oromas 1 had perceived with his viewer. He lifted the communicator on his wrist. He had been warned by Tebalot that these were not infallible. The night warriors had only to enter a dream in which somebody had imagined a wall of electrical static, or that radio waves were very different from what they actually are, and they could find themselves unable to speak to each other. That was why night warriors almost always fought close together, within sight of each other. And there was no telling when a dream might suddenly change. "Tebalot," he called. "Tebalot, come in, please." There was a blurry crackle, then a few indistinct words, although he could definitely recognize Tebalot's voice. "Flash! Be careful! That shadow! Any moment!" "Tebalot!" Reblax shouted. "Tebalot! Do you read me? Are you guys okay?" "Not here! What? Collapse! Tebalot!" But now there was nothing but static, as if somebody were maliciously crumpling cellophane directly into Tebalot's communicator. "All right," breathed Reblax with determination, and slipped the metal crescent out of the palm of his hand. As he ran, he began to swing it slowly around and around and around, way above his head, like a lethal propeller, flashing in the dull, bright light, the only thing that did. The wire whistled softly at first, but as Reblax put on a last burst of speed and spun the crescent even faster, the whistle built into a moan, and then a scream, and then an ear-splitting shriek. "Ee-wee!" He was running through dunes now. They were soft and sliding and sparsely tufted with grass, but they hardly slowed him down at all. He gazelle jumped from one dune to another, still spinning his crescent, still keeping his eyes on the natural outlet that lay just ahead. This natural outlet turned out to be a roughly triangular cave in the side of one of the larger sand dunes. Reblax paused outside it, knees slightly bent, eyes trying to penetrate the darkness, his crescent whistling round and round and round. He could see nothing inside. It was too dark, but he could sense a warmish draught, as if something huge were approaching. It occurred to him how gigantic this shadow creature had grown since he had first encountered it that night at Chestnut Hill. It seemed to have spread to 10 times its previous size. Almost as if... He hesitated, his crescent whistling above his head. Almost as if it took strength from everybody it slaughtered. More strength, more darkness. "Tebalot!" he called, trying the communicator again. But all he got back was a high-pitched whistle, the same noise the TV made when you fell asleep on the couch and inadvertently left it switched on. He wasn't sure what he ought to do. Should he wait here, out in the open, to confront the shadow creature if and when it appeared, or should he go in after it? When Springer had invested him into the order of the Night Warriors this evening, he had felt confident and nerveless. He had believed that he would no longer feel fear. Now, however,
He stood amongst these wind-blown sand dunes, inside his own son's nightmare, dressed in nothing but weightless armour and clothes that were next to nakedness, swinging a thin wire and praying to God and Ashopola that the most malevolent thing that had ever existed would stay where it was, inside that cave, and never come out. His whole body tingled with dread, and although his high-speed 6-mile run hadn't exerted him in the least, his breathing was short and stressful. "Come on, you bastard," he whispered under his breath. "Come on, you bastard." Without warning, the cave gaped wider, and the ground dipped beneath his feet, and Reblax found himself falling toward it, then into it. Instantly, he allowed his crescent to snap back into the palm of his hand and the wire to rewind itself around his wrist. Inside this churning mass of dark, flesh-like softness, there was not room to swing it, and he was afraid that it might get snared on something and tear off his arm. Flesh, Tebelot had reported on the communicator, and that was what this cave felt like. Deep, ribbed, slippery flesh, like the inside of somebody's stomach. It was totally dark and overwhelming, and the cave mouth closed behind him and was lost. For a moment he panicked. He felt as if he were going to be suffocated in flesh. But he managed to struggle to his knees, then his feet, and wade through the yielding, quivering tissue, feeling its mucus skidding against his skin-tight suit. It was like trying to walk across a waterbed in the dark. Then, gradually, the flesh became more rigid and drier, and although it was still difficult for Reblax to walk, he was able to grope his way through it more quickly. He reached up and tentatively felt around the rim of his helmet, eventually locating a small depression. He didn't fully understand how he had known it was there and what it was for. Maybe it was a hereditary memory, one of the silent instructions passed down by generations of night warriors. But he thumbed the depression, and his helmet illuminated, sending out a diffuse but powerful light. Now he could see that he was making his way along a dry, coral-pink tunnel, between walls of what appeared to be atrophied muscle. The tunnel stretched as far ahead of him as he could see, and ahead there was nothing but darkness. There was a strong, sweet, pungent smell that he couldn't quite place. Arum lilies? Orange blossom? He hurried on. He felt like the White Rabbit in Alice in Wonderland. The tunnel went on and on. There must have been miles of it. I'm late, oh my paws and whiskers. As he hurried, the tunnel became smoother, until it wasn't a tunnel at all, but a corridor. A corridor in an unfamiliar house, with walls rag-rolled in Italian peach. His feet in their running slippers pattered along a floor of pale oak parquet. There were no pictures, only mirrors in gilded frames, hung symmetrically at head height on either side, so that every time he passed a pair of them, he was two reflections of himself. At last, he reached a door at the very end of the corridor. It was painted glossy black, with a decorative brass handle. He turned the handle, but it was locked. He rattled it and tugged at it, but it was held fast by the will of the dreamer as well as a lock. Lenny didn't want it opened. Lenny didn't want to see what might be lying beyond it. Reblax turned around. Behind him, the corridor had disappeared, and he was faced with another door, identical, glossy black with a brass handle. He tried that handle. It, too, was locked. "Lenny!" he shouted. He knew that if he appealed to Lenny directly, there was a risk of waking him up, and of the dream collapsing on them, on Tebelot and Archistrax and Exii and Themesteroth and Oromas I and himself, too. But there was something in Lenny's mind that he didn't want to confront, something he didn't want his father to know about. "Lenny!" he shouted.
Open the door, Lenny! Open the door!
There was a long silence, not even a heartbeat. Reblax stood between the two black doors, his chest heaving, upset now, and anxious, and increasingly short of oxygen. To die of suffocation in his son's own dream, that would be something. Sister Claire would try to wake him in the morning, and he wouldn't be there, not even his soul. He didn't call out to Lenny again. He simply waited, knowing that there was nothing else he could do. And, after 3 or 4 minutes, the lock levers in one of the doors clicked like a quick burst of castanets. The door sprang open just an inch, and remained open. Reblax hesitantly put out a hand and opened the door wider. As he did so, it vanished like wind-blown smoke. Outside it was night-time. The sky was unnaturally black, and a wild wind was blowing. Reblax found himself standing on a curved patio of knobbly granite flagstones, most of them felted over with lurid green moss. He looked up. Beyond the patio, a narrow, stone balustraded staircase led down to an unkempt ornamental garden. There were beds of veronica and japonica and Jew's mallow, tangled and weedy and with the borders overgrown. All around the garden, at the conjunctions of various paths, stood marble statues, most of them nude, most of them blind of eye and with broken arms. Reblax slowly walked down the staircase to the main garden. There was something important here, something meaningful. The wind blew coldly through the stunted shrubs. The grass rustled as if it were crawling across the borders like crippled crabs. There was a secret here, a clue. Reblax was sure of it. He could sense Lenny's unconscious reluctance to admit him here, yet he could also sense that Lenny wanted him to understand. A black door, a deserted garden. What the hell did it all add up to? Reblax walked slowly along the pathway that led to the center of the garden. He paused by a mutilated Venus and laid his hand on her cold marble toes. A black door, a garden. What did it mean? He turned his face to the wind and felt its bone dryness. Not a sea wind, an inland wind, a wind that had lost its moisture to dry prairies and dry fields and dry people. He walked a little farther. As he negotiated a shriveled carpet of St. John's wort, he stopped and froze. Somewhere in the blowing of the wind, he thought he had heard another sound, a soft, dragging sound, like somebody pulling a thick cloak across a grassy lawn. He remained absolutely still, holding his breath. The dragging sound stopped for a moment, then continued. It was coming closer. Not only that, he could hear the faint clicking of claws, claws as sharp as knives, claws that could slice a human body open with one upward sweep. He felt a tingle of panic all the way down his back, as if a centipede were crawling inside his armor. On the other side of the garden, between the crisscrossed pathways, he glimpsed a fleeting shadow. He released the metal crescent from his hand and began to swing it around, lengthening the wire with every swing. Sphoo, sphoo, sphoo. Around and around, until he was wielding nearly 10 feet of wire. He stepped cautiously forward, from one path to the next, between pallid weeds and shriveled hedges and mutilated statues. Behind a high stone sepulchre, he glimpsed the shadow again. He quickened his step, dodging on his running slippers through thorn and bramble. He reached the sepulchre and carefully stepped all around it, still swinging his crescent. The stone of the sepulchre was riven with cracks, and grass had grown through the crumbled base. On the side of it were carved large letters, O.M., and underneath the smaller letters YEVAN. SH. Reblax hesitated, looking all around him. The wind blew fitfully through the grass. Beyond this garden was total darkness. No landscape, no trees. He felt as if he were standing on a stage set rather than in a real garden. It was cold, and growing colder, although the wind remained dry. Cold as death. Reblax walked around the sepulchre one more time. The shadow creature seemed to have vanished. He hoped that it hadn't left Lenny's dream and materialized in the real, waking world. He slowed down the swinging of his crescent and allowed some of the wire to wind itself around his wrist. Swew, 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 whistled the wire. Then he turned another corner of the sepulchre, and the shadow was there, black and gigantic, and the whole garden shook with its thunder. He saw claws gleam, narrow and hooked. He saw eyes that flared with demented viciousness. He thought, "It's berserk, this creature! It's totally berserk!" He whipped his crescent faster, stepping back across tussocks of grass and snares of briar. The shadow creature lunged at him, and he breathed in a sickening death-like smell, like bad pork defrosting in an icebox. He ducked to one side and lashed his wire straight toward the center of the shadow. The creature flinched, jerked, recoiled horribly, like a live eel dropped into scalding water. A fragment of darkness tumbled to the ground and immediately divided into spider-like creatures that scurried away through the grass. Reblax fainted, dodged, and ran around the sepulchre to slash at the shadow creature from behind. As he did so, he let out his wire to its longest, 30 feet of sharp, sizzling, high-tension titanium. "Sa-phew!" sang the wire. But the shadow rolled away, and the wire lopped the head from a blind-eyed marble statue and wound itself tightly around a bramble bush. The shadow creature came rumbling forward again. Its claws lashed out, narrowly missing Reblax's shoulder and screeching against the stone of the sepulchre. It lashed again and again. Each time, Reblax managed to dodge out of the way, but he was caught by the hand. He couldn't yank the wire free from the bramble bush, and he couldn't release it from his wrist. "Tebelot!" he yelled. "Anybody!" Suddenly, a powerful white light was switched on. The garden was immediately floodlit, and every shadow was banished, including the shadow creature. Reblax blinked and looked around, shading his face with his left hand. The garden was no longer a garden at all, but a brightly lit living room in the apartment in Newark where they used to live when Lenny was small. Brown carpet, brown furniture, a lamp with a yellow pleated shade, a large Montgomery Ward television, and a black metal magazine rack with coloured balls for feet. His wire wasn't caught around a bramble bush at all, but around the arm of one of the chairs. Carefully, he untangled the wire and rewound it around his wrist. He crossed over to the window. The floorboards squeaked in the old familiar way, Beethoven's Fifth. Below him in the street lay a sunlit memory of Newark through Lenny's eyes. All the automobiles were giant versions of Lenny's favorite toy cars, and the sidewalks were crowded with the diverse population found in his toy box. Shiny-faced soldiers and railroad engineers and milkmaids with pails and Indians in massive war bonnets. The sky was bright blue and cloudless, as if it had been carefully coloured in crayon. Reblax stood by the window for a moment of nostalgic contemplation that he couldn't really afford. Lenny's memory was more like Newark than Newark was itself. He was still standing there when the door opened behind him. He turned around, spinning his crescent on a short, controlled leash of wire. But, to his astonishment, it wasn't the shadow creature or any of the night warriors. It was Virginia. His dead Virginia, dressed in a turquoise summer dress with black polka dots on it.
the same dress that he had bought her all those years ago. She smiled at him, amused at his surprise. "John?" she said. The sound of her voice almost broke his heart. "John, what's the matter?" He opened and closed his mouth. I didn't expect... I don't know. I just didn't expect it." She came up to him, so close that he could smell her gardenia perfume. Her eyes were bright, her hair shining. He slowly rewound the wire around his wrist, staring at her, unaware that tears were streaming down his cheeks. "I heard you calling," she said. "Your friends were too far away to help you." "You know about the Night Warriors?" She nodded. "They were all separated when the dream began to change, but it won't take them long to get here." "Are you alive?" John asked. She shook her head. "Not in the same way that you are, my darling. But nobody completely ceases to exist as long as there is one person left alive who can remember them. And nobody completely ceases to exist as long as there is one person left alive who still needs them." She took hold of his hands. She felt peculiarly insubstantial, and yet her skin was soft and warm, and he could feel her pulse. "Lenny needs me," she said gently. "And as long as Lenny needs me, I will always be here." John wiped tears away from his mouth. Virginia, I loved you so much." She kissed him. "And I loved you too, and always will. I was so sorry about your Jennifer, and I was so sorry about your injury." "It's hard to think about that, when I can walk quite easily." She looked up at him with a sad smile. If only this was real, and reality was nothing but a dream. He couldn't hold himself back any longer. He put his arms around her and hugged her tightly. She felt just as good as she always used to, and yet she gave him an indescribable sensation of impermanence, as if she might slither out of his arms like a deflating balloon and vanish forever. "Oh, Virginia, I never imagined that I would ever be able to hold you again. Oh, God, I love you. Virginia, Virginia." She let him keep her in his arms for just a moment, but then she drew away from him and said, "John, I love you too. But you'd better find your friends and get back to your own body. That creature has escaped from Lenny's dreams. It's in the real world now." "Are you sure? How'd you know?" "That was how I saved you. I talked to Lenny. I called to him. I made him forget that nightmare about the garden and dream about Newark instead." "And the shadow creature got out into the real world?" "That's how it does it. It hides inside one of Lenny's nightmares, and then breaks into the real world when he starts dreaming about something else. It doesn't always do it, not every night, and I don't know why it does it, or how. But it seems to be able to break out of Lenny's unconscious and into the real world just at that moment between one dream and the next." "Virginia," John began. Virginia put her fingertip up to his lips and shushed him. "You may not see me again, my darling, especially if you manage to kill this creature. I am not a night warrior. I am nothing more than your wife, now dead, and Lenny's mother. I am helpless against the shadow creature, but I will do everything I can to guard you against it, and Lenny too." She smiled, such a wistful smile, and added, "You two, you're my men." At that moment, they heard heavy footsteps coming up the stairs. Reblack stepped in front of Virginia protectively, but the first person to come racketing into the room was Themesteroth, his hand tightly gripping his rocket-launching switch. Oromas I was close behind, followed by Exii and Archistrax, with Tebelot bringing up the rear. Oramas 1 switched off his infrared detector.
"We thought it was you," he told Reblax with relief. "Have you seen the shadow creature anywhere?"
Exii went to the window and peered out.
"This is so strange, this place, yet it is somehow so familiar."
Reblax said, "I'm sorry. I went after it. I caught up with it, too, but I think it's gotten out into the real world."
Tebelot stared at him.
"You mean it's escaped into my parents' house?"
"I'm sorry, Tebelot. I did try to stop it."
"Oramas!"
barked Tebelot.
"We've got to get out of this dream right now, and I mean now! Jesus Christ, if that thing's touched my parents!"
Oramas 1 immediately switched to full power and drew a glowing octagon in the air right in the middle of the living room.
"Come on, Reblax," he ordered.
Reblax turned to Virginia.
"Isn't there any way at all that you could—"
She shook her head. She was crying.
"I'm dead, my darling. I can't come back with you. This is my world now. Dreams and fantasies and memories of things that happened a long time ago."
"I love you," Reblax told her.
"Reblax, get your ass in gear,"
Tebelot snapped. Reblax stepped quickly toward the octagon. Virginia stood watching, her hands by her sides, as the octagon sank to the floor all around them. In a few seconds, they were gone, and she was left alone in a dream Newark that had never really existed, and didn't exist now, and never would. The sun shone. The pennants flew on top of the office buildings opposite. Toy cars came and went.
"John,"
she whispered, in a voice clotted with pain. Phil Miller opened his eyes and listened. He couldn't hear the sea. He had lived next to it for so long that he was deaf to its endless drumming along the shoreline, just as city dwellers grow deaf to the thunder of traffic. But he heard something else. A sharp, distinctive sound, like somebody scratching the wall at the top of the stairs. This was followed by a shuffling, dragging noise. Then more scratching. Then silence. He sat up in bed. He listened and listened, but the noises weren't repeated.
"Gil?"
he whispered. He waited, but there was no reply. He swung his legs out of bed, glancing back at his wife to make sure that she was still asleep. She hadn't stirred. She put in a long day every day, helping him to run the mini-market, and she usually slept so deeply that he could have practiced his euphonium in the bedroom without waking her. He opened the drawer of the bedside table, hesitated for a moment, and then took out the .38 police special that lay inside. He didn't like guns, but the mini-market had been burgled 4 times in a year, and one night they had woken up to find a naked black man in their room holding a knife. Fortunately, the black man had been too stoned to put up a fight. Wearing only his pajama bottoms, Phil went to the bedroom door and listened again.
"Gil, is that you?" he whispered.
Again, no reply.
"Well," thought Phil, "maybe it's young Sammy. Gone to find himself a drink of water."
He felt sorry for the poor kid. There was something vulnerable and fraught about him, something that made Phil feel that Gil hadn't taken him in simply because his parents had rushed off to Mexico. Maybe his parents had been beating up on him. Maybe it was something worse. But Phil hadn't asked any personal questions because he trusted Gil, and he knew that if there was anything about Sammy that Phil needed to know, Gil would have told him already. Gil had changed last year after he had found that girl's body on the beach and met up with that professor person, Henry Watkins. He had gained some depth, some emotional maturity. He said some pretty weird things, too. Things that seemed to suggest that he had travelled somehow, although Phil couldn't work out how, when, as far as he was aware, Gil hadn't been much farther than Knott's Berry Farm to the north and Tijuana to the south, and not much farther inland than Escondido. He lifted his gun and opened the bedroom door.
"Gil," he whispered. "Sammy?"
It was just past 3 o'clock in the morning. The moon had already set, and the landing was in total darkness. Phil strained his ears. He was sure that he heard a shifting, dragging sound. But then there was nothing but the ocean drumming on the shoreline, and he scarcely heard that at all. He stepped out into the corridor and quietly eased the bedroom door shut behind him. No point in alarming Marjorie. He waited for a while, trying to make out the shape of the banister rail and the top of the stairs. Sammy's bedroom was straight ahead, Gil's off to the right. Phil could just about distinguish the doorway of Sammy's bedroom because the door was slightly ajar. On tiptoes, he crossed the landing to Gil's door. He leaned his head against it and called,
"Gil, are you awake there, son?"
There was no reply. He tried the doorknob, but Gil had locked it. He hadn't locked it for quite a while now, not since last year, when he'd first met Henry Watkins. At that time, he'd locked it almost every night. God alone knew why.
"Gil!"
Phil called and knocked, but there was still no response.
"Damn fool boy, sleeps like a hog,"
Phil grumbled. He lowered the gun and made his way to Sammy's bedroom. The door was already ajar, so he eased it open and peeped inside. Sammy lay fast asleep amid his tousled blankets, his face illuminated by a quadrant of streetlight from the highway. Phil looked at him for a moment, then shrugged and turned back to the darkened landing. Instantly, out of the darkness, a huge black shape reared up. Phil, in absolute terror, dropped his gun. The shape hung over him for a moment, as high as the ceiling, softly rumbling and stinking like death. Then it sliced him with an upward sweep of a single curved claw from testicles to breastbone, and he felt the hideous sensation of all of his insides dropping out onto the floor. He couldn't scream. He couldn't cry out. He couldn't even breathe. He reached out and grabbed at the huge black shape, and it was like taking a handful of musty black fabric, rotten and thick with dust. He thought of churches and monks and funerals and death. And then his mind emptied, and he was falling, sliding down some long black funnel, falling and falling until he dwindled away to nothing at all, not even the tiniest of specks. Marjorie Miller, white with terror, snatched open her bedroom door. At that instant, Lenny woke up and sat straight up in bed, and the black shape vanished, as if it had never existed. Marjorie called hysterically, "Phil! Phil!" and switched on the landing light. Phil lay on the floor with his arms upraised like a begging dog, his carcass almost empty, his viscera heaped on the carpet. Marjorie stared at this grisly display for only a second. Then she turned back to her bedroom, her face clenched, unable to catch her breath or his anguished cry of, "Dad!" Chapter 14. Springer was waiting for them when they reappeared in the upstairs room of the old house at Del Mar. He was a man now, with a bald head and small, serious features, and a long white robe without any decoration whatsoever. Springer had been a princess when they were going off to battle. Now that they had returned defeated, he was a priest, a confessor, and a nurse. Oramas, too, and Lirac were already there. Lirac was looking grey-faced, and a thin scar ran all the way from his left shoulder to his left nipple, but, apart from psychic shock, he was generally unharmed. All of them, however, were badly shaken by their encounter with the shadow creature, and by the wildly unpredictable landscape in which they had just been trying to fight. Springer greeted them soberly. "I have tragic news," he said, his eyes as translucent as agates. "The shadow creature escaped from Lenny's dream and materialized in the Miller household. There was nothing that could be done. Tebelot's father was killed.
"Oh my God," said Redblax. "Is Lenny all right?"
He's very distressed, quite understandably, and I think he's going to need all the sympathy and help that we can give him. But Mrs. Miller has called the police, and we may find that Lenny is taken into care."
"But the shadow creature could do the same thing tomorrow night, and the night after. Lenny can't cope with that. And Tebelot, oh God, it killed his father. For Christ's sake, Springer, we have to go in there and exterminate that creature, and we have to do it now."
Springer looked toward the darkened window. "It is already dawn in Philadelphia, and you will have to return to your sleeping bodies. Otherwise, the hospital staff will try to wake you, and that could be injurious."
"But we can try again,"
Redblax insisted. Springer nodded. "What happened tonight was partly my fault. You were all too inexperienced. It is difficult enough for you to cope with dreams, the way they shift and change and trick you, without having to cope with one of the most powerful adversaries that I've ever encountered in the wars of the night." He pressed his thin fingertips against his hairless forehead. He was so thin and delicate that he looked as if he had been made from bisque porcelain. "Ideally," he added, "I should never have sent you. But of course, I had no choice. There were no other descendants of night warriors who would have been as motivated to fight this shadow creature as you were." He turned away. Redblax could see that he was gravely unhappy. Themesteroth said,
"The rockets heard it. No question about that."
"Well, that's one of the tactical aspects of this battle that we will have to consider during the day," Springer told him without turning around. "I will come to you later, when you have returned to your waking bodies, and perhaps we will be able to draw some lessons from tonight's disaster."
"How are we going to return?"
asked Exie. "You have the power within yourselves," Springer told them. Oromas 1 and Oromas 2 will connect their power grills. Then, all you have to do is allow yourselves to rise up toward the eastern horizon. Oromas 1 and Oromas 2 can use their guidance systems to get you back."
"Springer," said Redblax, "we didn't do very good tonight. In fact, we hashed it up badly. But I think we've all learned some lessons. And as for me, I'm beginning to get some ideas what this shadow creature actually is."
He paused and took a deep breath. He was sorely distressed by the death of Tebelot's father, and by what might now happen to Lenny.
"This fiasco tonight, well, let me put it this way. It's not going to happen again. No way."
"I second that, man," said Lyrak. "Didn't even get the chance to use my music rifle. Didn't even get the chance to pull the trigger."
"Very well," said Springer. "Go now, before it gets too late. I will see you later today in Philadelphia. Meanwhile, I have to go to Tebelot to Gil. This is one of those occasions when even those who are awake need the care of Ashapola."
"Give him our sympathy, okay?"
asked Lyrak. And Exie said,
"There is a Korean saying that the best wood for coffins is that which is grown in your own garden. I am very sorry for Tebelot. I wish him well."
With these words, they each touched Springer on the shoulder, and then formed again the circle that would circulate their psychic energy and take them back to their sleeping bodies in Philadelphia. Redblax closed his eyes as he felt their combined personalities flowing through his nerves and his arteries. And behind his eyelids, he saw memories that were not even his. Memories of pain, mostly, of being disabled. Memories of longing and of endless days spent staring at the passing clouds. He opened his eyes. He tried to lift himself up and found that he couldn't. He felt a wave of panic. "I can't move. I can't even lift my hand." The reality of his paralysis hit him with such force that he thought his brain was going to explode with the frustration of it. He hadn't anticipated that he would return from his dreaming adventures as a night warrior to be faced so ruthlessly and so forcefully, with arms that wouldn't respond, legs that wouldn't even budge. He swallowed, and swallowed again. His stomach was churning, and his mouth was flooded with saliva. The room seemed unbearably hot and stifling. He twisted his head to one side, groping with his teeth for his call button. He touched it, missed it, then pushed it out of reach. By the time Sister Claire came around with his early morning grapefruit juice, he was sobbing uncontrollably, like a child who has lost his mother in a supermarket. Sister Claire put down the juice, knelt by the bed, and took hold of his head and kissed him and hugged him.
John, John, why are you so upset? What on earth is the matter?
He took a deep, quivering breath and tried to suppress his misery. How could he tell her that only a few hours before he had been one of the fastest runners ever known, that he had fought his way through unimaginable landscapes, that he had challenged one of the most terrible evils that had ever beset America? And now, here he lay, useless, paralyzed, unable to help anybody, especially his precious son.
John, what is it?
Sister Claire cooed, stroking his hair.
If I told you, sister, you wouldn't believe me. Now then, John, you know me better than that. Haven't I always held the faith? If I can believe in the Lord Jesus Christ, then I can certainly believe in one of his blessed creations, such as yourself.
John hesitated for a long moment. Then he said,
I had a dream, sister, that I could move.
He paused, then added,
Not just move, sister, that I could run. I was so fast that nobody could catch me. Hush, John, Sister Claire soothed him. You're not the first to have such dreams. J.U. had dreams of running, and he has never known in his whole life what it is to run. Dreams are a gift from God, John. They are a vision of better things. You should not let them upset you.
She helped him to drink his grapefruit juice. Then she sponged his forehead and chest with cool water and brushed his teeth.
It's a very hot day today, she told him. You'd be better off staying inside, where it's cool.
She was about to leave when there was a knock at the door, and Chief Molyneux came in, his face the colour of rare beef, and sweat clinging to the furrows in his forehead like glass beads strung along an abacus. He was followed by Thaddeus and Norman Clay, both looking tired and wearing identical seersucker suits.
Mr. Woods, said Chief Molyneux, dragging across a chair and straddling it with tight-trousered thighs. Thought you ought to know that we've located your son.
John glanced at Thaddeus, but with the subtlest flicker of his eyes, Thaddeus indicated that he should say nothing. Chief Molyneux cleared his throat. He was obviously going to make a meal of this.
Your 9-year-old son somehow managed to make it all the way to a small burg just north of San Diego, California. How he did that we don't know yet, but we intend to find out. We haven't excluded the possibility of collusion by you or by some of your friends.
John said nothing, waiting numbly for Chief Molyneux to tell him what he already knew.
It seems that he was staying with a storekeeper, a man named Philip K. Miller of Miller's Mini Market, Solana Beach. About 3:30 this morning Pacific time, it was reported to the local police that Philip K. Miller had been found dead.
Chief Molyneux inspected his stubby, well-clipped fingernails.
He was slashed, Mr. Woods. Disemboweled, if you want to know the grisly truth. The medical examiners didn't know which was guts and which was carpet. Exact same modus operandi as the death of your wife, and the deaths of Mr. and Mrs. Pelling, and the death of Sister Perpetuity. Where's Lenny now? Asked John. He's in the care of the San Diego Juvenile Branch.
They'll be flying him back to Philly when they've finished questioning him. In the company of 2 juvenile officers, I hasten to add."
John said,
"You found a murder weapon?"
Chief Molyneux shook his head.
"No murder weapon. No trace of blood on the suspect's hands or clothing. No circumstantial or logical evidence that a 9-year-old boy with puny arms could eviscerate a 44-year-old man who also happened to be armed with a fully loaded and cocked .38 police special."
He watched John for a while, his pale eyes peering out from under sandy eyebrows, and then he said,
"Mr. Woods, John, I told you before that my mind is open to all kinds of possibilities. But I have to produce some coherent kind of report, something that the people who pay my wages can understand."
John said, "I realize that. But let me tell you this. We're making some progress. In 2 or 3 nights, 2 or 3 days, we can probably wrap this whole case up for good.
I hope sooner, before anybody else gets hurt."
Chief Molyneux turned to confront Thaddeus and Norman.
"You never told me nothing about this. What's going on?"
"Chief," said John, "it's weird and it's hard to understand. We don't fully understand it ourselves. But we do seem to be getting somewhere. So please, if you can give us a little time. And meanwhile, if you can make sure that Lenny is kept alone at night, in a locked room with no supervisory staff."
"So that you can spirit him away again? Come on, John. I'm beginning to worry about my job here."
"Chief Molyneux, if you allow any supervisory staff to get anywhere near Lenny while he's asleep, there's a strong possibility that they could be killed too." Chief Molyneux looked glum.
"And not by Lenny?" he asked,
although he knew what John would say.
"No," replied John, "not by Lenny. By this supernatural crow-crackling of yours."
Thaddeus said, "I'm sticking my neck out here, Chief, but it ain't crow-crackling. It's as real as you and me."
"You've seen it?"
Chief Molyneux demanded. Thaddeus lowered his eyes. How could he explain that he had seen it only in a dream, and not his own dream either, but Lenny's?
"I know it to be real, Chief," he replied. "But you can't give me any proof?"
Chief Molyneux challenged him.
"Not courting proof?"
"No, sir. Not yet." Chief Molyneux lifted himself off the chair and replaced it against the wall.
"I'm sorry, fellas, but Commissioner Lodge wants some answers that he can understand. You're free to carry on your investigations, whatever it is you're doing, and I hope to God that they bear some fruit. But Lenny will have to go through the whole juvenile procedure, and there's nothing I can do to stop it."
John tried to lift his head. "Please, Chief, just try to make sure that he spends his nights on his own, securely locked up." Chief Molyneux said,
"I'll try."
He nodded to Thaddeus and Norman, gave John one last look, and left. Thaddeus approached John and said, "How are you feeling?"
"Pretty bad.
I almost feel like I murdered that poor Phil Miller myself." "We were so goddamn disorganized," said Thaddeus. "I think back on it now. We should have made sure that we hit that thing and hit it hard, and went on hitting it. The big mistake was to let it get away." "I want to do some thinking about it," said John. "Certain things happened in those dreams. Certain images appeared. It's like they remind me of something, and I'm not sure what. Listen, do you think you could call Diane for me and ask her to come over later this morning?"
"Sure thing," said Thaddeus. "In the meantime, Norman and I are going to do some more digging in the library."
John said, "Keep in touch, won't you? We're going to have to go into Lenny's dreams again tonight. In fact, we're going to have to go every night until that thing's been exterminated." The Clay brothers clasped John's shoulder in a gesture of friendship and sympathy and solidarity. Then John was left on his own again.
but for once he appreciated the quiet and the lack of visitors. He lay back, watching the clouds sail past through the Venetian blinds, and listened to the endless whispering of the air conditioning, and he tried to piece together some of the things that he had encountered during the night's conflict. The black door, the shriveled garden, that's what he remembered most. They had been the strongest images in the dream. And what was particularly intriguing was that Lenny had tried hard to keep them locked away. He tried to remember if he had ever seen a black door like that before, or if they had once visited a garden that looked anything like that. But the images were so sinister that he was sure he would have recognized them straight away. Maybe in a movie, he thought. Maybe Lenny's seen them on television, in a comic book, or something like that. Wherever the images had come from, they were full of dread. He could picture them now, and the feeling of darkness and claustrophobic terror had not diminished at all. There was something else he remembered, the lettering that had been carved on the side of the cracked-open sepulchre. Om, Ye, Va, Sh. Not words in themselves, but parts of words that had been divided by the splitting marble. He wished he could move his hands in order to sketch the door and the garden on paper, and the words too. But as long as he could describe them, maybe somebody would recognize what they represented. Maybe, once Lenny was brought back to Philadelphia this afternoon, John could ask Chief Molyneux to let him talk to him about it. He closed his eyes and, without intending to, fell asleep. When he woke up, the sun had moved around the room, and Diane was sitting beside the bed, smiling at him. "I hear it went badly," was the first thing she said. "Who told you?" "Springer. He's here, or rather, she's here. She wants to talk to you later." John licked his lips. He had been sleeping with his mouth open, and his tongue felt as rough as sandpaper. "Do you think you could get me a drink of water?" "Sure thing," she said. She brought him a glass of mineral water and held his head up while he drank it. When he had finished, she eased his head back onto the pillow. "I saw Dr. Freitag on the way in. He's pretty optimistic about your operation tomorrow." John shook his head. "I can't go through with an operation until we've destroyed this shadow creature. I have to go back into Lenny's dream tonight and every night, if it's necessary." Diane said, "You actually saw it, Springer says. Can you tell me what it was like?" John shook his head. "Black, huge, like some kind of robed figure, I guess. But it was so dark that it was impossible to see very much. I saw claws, I think, and a split-second glimpse of glowing eyes. Or they may not have been eyes at all." Diane nodded. "I've been doing some more research with Seth. We went off on a couple of tangents, did some brainstorming. Seth called a friend of his at the Widener Library at Harvard, an expert on ancient languages, and he suggested there could be a positive link between the mind monsters of the Pleistocene era and the shadow creatures, or mistai, that the Indian tribes used to talk about." "Go on," said John. "Well, some hieroglyphics were found in a cave in Maine in 1953. They were almost certainly inscribed by Wabanaki Indians more than 3,000 years ago. Their message isn't entirely clear, but they suggest that all the great creatures of the earth and many of the tribes were eaten by darkness. The hieroglyph for darkness that was used by the Wabanaki was almost identical to the Egyptian hieroglyph, rather like two dishes and a curved moon. That not only supports the theory that the eastern regions of America were once colonized by the ancient Egyptians, but it also gives us some idea of what we might be fighting. The Egyptians wrote whole books about black animals that jumped at men and entered their heads and drove them mad. And we can go even further back and find evidence in several ancient locations throughout the world of battles to the death between prehistoric creatures in which the fossilized footsteps of one of the creatures abruptly and mysteriously vanished in mid-track. There's a famous example at the Grand Canyon, Trochosaurus tracks, and the tracks of something unknown. The inference being that the unknown creature vanished in the middle of a fight by leaping right into the mind of the Trochosaurus.
But come on, Diane, this is fascinating research stuff, sure, but it's all historical, John protested. We're talking about today, now, tonight.
Of course, Diane agreed. But we've been looking all through recorded history, and time again we've found stories and folk songs about people being killed by clouds of darkness, and dozens of the stories have been backed up with real hard evidence. About 6 years ago, archaeologists found 9 Finnish villagers who had been preserved in a peat bog, all of them cut wide open. They found out that for centuries there had been a legend in the region that 9 men had slept with the village harlot, and that each of them in turn was attacked and disemboweled by a murky black cloud. A 10th body was discovered next to them, that of a young woman of about 17. She had been ritually strangled and thrown in the bog while she was still alive.
All right, said John. Supposing you're right. Supposing these various historical darknesses were all the same kind of darkness that we're fighting now, how does that help?
Because of one word, Diane told him, her eyes bright. In Maine, in the cave of the Wabanakis, they found this symbol.
She held up a piece of paper. On it was drawn a squarish shield shape with 4 horizontal lines.
It's the Wabanaki character for terror. The Egyptian hieroglyph is almost the same, and the name the Finns gave to their murky black cloud was Dark Terror.
I'm still not following this, John told her.
The same thread runs through all recorded history, Diane explained. In the very beginning, in prehistoric times, the shadow creature was real. It was completely physical and external, as real as a tiger or a bear. Other creatures were afraid of it, but only as an external threat, not as a fear within their own minds. Gradually, however, it learned to fight by attacking their minds as well as their bodies.
She tapped her forehead with her fingertip.
When man arrived on this planet, man, with his highly developed imagination, the shadow creature quickly evolved into a beast that was almost entirely psychic. John, to begin with, man was not naturally afraid of death. He always saw death as it really is, another stage on the long journey of his existence. Only when the shadow creature came into his mind did he begin to lose that certainty in a life beyond life. It was when we looked up the Indian legends about the Mistai, the ghosts, that the whole thing fell into place. Indian medicine men would perform potent and elaborate ceremonies to banish the Mistai and to keep them away from their lodges and their young braves in particular. The great medicine man, White Bull, just about said it all. The ghost darkness is what the white men call fear. From the smallest darkness, which is the smallest fear, to the greatest darkness, which is the greatest fear. And the greatest fear is the fear of death. We banish the Mistai because we do not wish our young men to fear death in the face of the white man, because a man who fears death is a man who is already as good as dead.
Diane said,
It was White Bull who saw the great vision of a war bonnet that protected Chief Roman Nose from bullets. Roman Nose rode through fusillades of rifle fire from the U.S. cavalry and never got hit. Not until 1868, when he broke the taboo prohibiting a warrior from eating with a metal fork before battle. Then the fear of death got into him,
The shadow creature, the mind monster, and he was shot the same day at Beecher's Island in Colorado.
But this was all primitive magic, John protested. Can you really believe it?
Diane looked at him seriously. Can you really believe that you can go into dreams and run and fight and then come back again? You may not be able to believe it, but you can do it. So the evidence we have about the shadow creature isn't conclusive, not yet. But that afterbirth we found in the wall of your house, that's taken our research years forward. It proves that the shadow creature does exist in some physical shape, that it isn't all hallucination.
So, what we're up against is simply the terror of dying? The real, living, breathing fear of death?
Diane nodded. That's our framework theory. We still have a long way to go, but ever since I've been working on external psychological influences, I've suspected very strongly that many of the feelings that we assume originate within our own minds are in fact the result of influences from other levels of existence. Rage, for instance. How many times have you seen people lose their temper and then blink and frown and say, I just don't know what came over me? They genuinely feel that for a few moments they were possessed by something that wasn't them at all.
John was silent for a long time. Then, dry-mouthed, he said, How do we fight it? How can anybody fight the fear of death?
Are you afraid of dying?
Sure. Aren't you?
Yes, I am, even though I know full well that I don't have to be. We've grown used to fearing death when we shouldn't. After this life, there are other lives, other ways forward. I know that for sure, because I've seen them.
So, what's the plan? John asked.
The plan is, tonight I stay here, next to your sleeping body, and I use my electronic sensing equipment to take pictures of what you see inside Lenny's dream. Then, even if you don't manage to destroy the shadow creature, we may be able to see what it looks like, or discover a different way of attacking it.
John said, You realize that every time Lenny goes to sleep, somebody else stands a good chance of getting slashed to death? I wonder how long the authorities are going to be able to tolerate that. What would you do if you were the police commissioner?
Diane shook her head. She didn't want to consider it.
If I were police commissioner, John told her, it wouldn't be long before I'd start thinking of ways to arrange a little accident. Overdose of sedatives, something like that. Some way of dealing with Lenny for good and all. Come on, Diane, it could happen. They may feel they don't have any choice. He paused. Quite apart from that, every time that goddamn creature comes to life inside of Lenny's mind, it destroys a little piece of him.
Diane leaned over the bed and kissed him. They looked closely into each other's eyes, and all kinds of questions were asked, and some of them were answered. Diane said gently, My mother always told me to beware of men like you.
The night warriors met beneath the cedar tree, their wheelchairs parked close together. Springer sat on the brick wall beside them in her elegant female persona, but dressed less ostentatiously than yesterday in a thin dove-grey dress with a skirt as flared as a convolvulus flower. The day was crushingly humid and hot, and even Mean Dean was fanning himself with the Philadelphia News to keep himself cool. Heavy grey clouds hung low over the city, the same sort of oppressive weather that had prevailed for weeks in 1787, when the Pennsylvania Convention had been arguing over the Constitution. Thaddeus and Norman Clay were there too. Norman had brought a cooler crammed with 7-Up and Coors Light and orange juice. Toussaint had almost completely recovered from the shock of his injury, but all of them were grave and subdued.
They knew that if they failed to exterminate the shadow creature tonight, another life might be taken, not to mention the high risk that they might lose their own lives. Springer said,
Diane Wesley's research into the nature of the shadow creature may be able to help us tonight. We suspect now that it could be fear, the actual emotion of fear, that has been resurrected in its original physical form.
You're the messenger of Ashipola, Dean remarked caustically, his cigarette waggling between his lips. Doesn't Ashipola know everything? The god of gods?
Springer turned on him. My dear Dean, Ashipola cannot see those things that men choose to conceal from him. Why do you think many churches have a rite of confession? It is only in voluntarily revealing your sins to your God that you can find forgiveness. The confession would be meaningless if your God could already read your mind.
But Ashipola is the creator, Toussaint argued.
Your Father created you, Toussaint. But does he know those things that you choose to keep secret from him? The progress of the human race would be meaningless unless man had the choice between secrecy and confession. And men have kept secret from their God their fear of death? Asked Cheu. Most people fear death in one way or another, said Springer. But what we seem to be confronting now is the last appearance of the fear of death incarnate. Fear as it originally evolved in the world, as an actual creature, rather than the memories of fear that shape our responses now. These days, we are afraid of death simply because we have inherited fear from the days when these creatures dominated humankind.
The question is, how do we waste it? Billy wanted to know. The only weapon that seemed to have any effect on it was Dean's rockets.
Yes, said Springer, and I think I know why. The shadow creature feeds off the power of normal weapons because they are instruments of fear. The more fearfully you react to it, the more power you give it. It feeds off the fear of the people it kills. It even feeds off the darkness inside their bodies. That's why it slices them open, to steal their darkness. But Themesteroth's rockets have the effect of imploding rather than exploding. They create a nexus of ultimate gravity, a momentary black hole, into which the darkness is compressed.
Billy popped the top of a can of Coors and sucked noisily at the moisture-beaded aluminum.
Compressed darkness? That sounds more like my brain.
But John said, If I'm following you, Springer, what you're going to suggest now is that we set up a very much bigger implosion and compress the shadow creature for good.
Total energy,
Springer nodded.
I tried it when I sent Kazakhs in search of the shadow creature. But at that time, I had no idea what the shadow creature actually was. I regret to say that Kazakhs actually fed the creature with energy rather than hurting it. And, sadly, I lost Kazakhs.
Dean said slowly, I thought you said that if we used up all of our energy, we wouldn't be able to get back.
That's true, Springer agreed. So you will, of course, use only a proportion of your energy, 80% or so. With 2 charge keepers, RMS-1 and RMS-2, you should be able to exterminate the shadow creature without any difficulty.
Thaddeus put in, We're going to have to be real accurate, though, right? We're going to have to hit that thing right where it lives, dead center.
Springer touched her braided blonde hair. She looked faintly Germanic, as if she ought to be sitting in a field of Edelweiss in the Bavarian Alps, with the wind stirring her thin grey dress. But there was no wind in Philadelphia, only heat and humidity and overwhelming clouds. If you use up 80% of your energy and you fail to destroy it, then I have no doubt that it will destroy you, she said. Instantly this time. It is probably waiting for you even now.
Springer stood up and walked around the circle of wheelchairs.
I believe that Diane Wesley is right,
and that this is the last remaining creature of darkness from a time very long ago. They were a race of demi-demons, all-powerful in the days of magic and superstition. But they were gradually exterminated by succeeding generations of night warriors, and perhaps they were exterminated most effectively of all by man's own faith in himself and in his own future. However unsteady and unreliable that faith sometimes showed itself to be. However, one dark enemy remained, just one, and for some reason this shadow creature was nurtured by the man Nathan Grant and his family, and brought to Philadelphia at the time of the Pennsylvania Convention.
She turned and smiled slightly. The dampness made her dress cling to her slender, small-breasted figure.
The fear of death incarnate. That was what Gouverneur Morris was threatened with when he was writing the Constitution. We can only guess that the forces of evil saw the Constitution as a serious threat to their future survival. Among many other things, some good, some mediocre, the Constitution was a guarantee of freedom from oppression, freedom from fear. Another nail in the coffin of the old, dark ways. Somehow, Morris defeated the shadow creature with the help of Rufus King and King's knowledge of the night warriors. But at some time, the shadow creature had managed to secrete its offspring in the wall of your house. And 200 years later, that offspring entered Lenny's mind. And that is what we have to fight against tonight.
She hesitated and looked toward the center city skyline, its taller buildings cushioned in gray cloud.
Tonight, and every night if necessary, until we have finished the job that the men who drew up the American Constitution started to do all those years ago.
Later that afternoon, with the permission of Dr. Freitag, Diane arrived at the hospital with 2 young lab assistants and set up her monitoring equipment in John's room. Dr. Freitag had been assured that she was running tests on parapsychological cures for paralysis and coma conditions, and that she would need to bring in just a few odds and ends. By the time she had finished installing her psychic sensors, however, there was scarcely room for John's bed, and Sister Claire made it quite clear that she found the whole business extremely inconvenient and annoying.
All these buzzing and humming contraptions in a man's sick room, as if he's not suffering enough, she muttered.
But John calmed her down by saying that she could wheel him to Mass tomorrow before his operation. At 7 o'clock, Chief Molyneux called, and Diane switched on John's telephone amplifier.
Mr. Woods, John, this is Chief Molyneux. I'm out at the Odd Fellows Orphans' Home at Melrose Park. They've agreed to take Lenny here for a few days, while the juvenile branch decides what action to take next. I've had a talk with Lenny this afternoon. It seems like he's pretty tired and upset. But I thought, maybe you'd like to tell him good night. Are you going to lock him up? John demanded. He'll be isolated at the opposite end of the building from all the other orphans and all the staff. I'm going to have 2 officers guarding his door. I don't want any kind of repeat of what happened last time.
John said,
No, sure you don't.
Then Chief Molyneux put Lenny on the line. Lenny's voice sounded very weak and childish and high, and John's eyes filled with tears as soon as he heard it.
Daddy, I hate it here. I want to see you.
John sniffed and swallowed.
I'm sorry, champ. I'm sorry about everything.
It wasn't your fault, Daddy. It's this black thing inside of my head.
I know that, son. But don't you worry about it. I've been working with some real good people, and they all want to help you.
But, Daddy, what if it happens again? What if it happens again tonight?
John cleared his throat.
I have a pretty confident feeling that it's not going to happen again. That's all.
But, Daddy...
You listen to me, champ. We're going to lick this thing, and we're going to lick it good. And you can help by sleeping deep and sweet.
And not eating too many pickles before you go to bed.
Daddy?
He puzzled.
You want me to sleep? All I want to do is stay awake. I don't want to go to sleep. When I'm asleep, I have these awful dreams. And I really hate them. Some of them. All of them. They make me feel like I'm some kind of terrible person.
John hesitated and glanced up at Diane. She gave him a quick, encouraging smile.
Ask him what he dreamed about last night, she murmured.
John asked him, but all Lenny could say was,
I don't remember.
Are you sure? You don't remember any of it? Lenny didn't answer, but John was pretty sure that he had signaled his denial with a firm shake of his curly head. Don't you remember the beach? Asked John. Don't you remember that smooth, browny white sand? Diane touched John's shoulder.
John, I'm not so sure that it's a good idea for you to let Lenny know that you can perceive his dreams. You could easily disturb him, make him suspicious. I don't think we want that kind of background emotion in tonight's dream, do we?
But Lenny interrupted.
The beach. Daddy? How did you know about the beach?
Inspired guess, I guess. People often dream about beaches. There was something about it in a book I read.
That beach,
whispered Lenny, so softly that John could scarcely hear him.
That beach was in a story that Mrs. Felling was reading me. It was about a man who kept dreaming about this beach, and then kept dreaming about it.
There was something more, Lenny. A black door. A black door with a decorated brass handle.
A door?
Lenny queried, obviously shocked. A door that led into a garden. You know the door. And the garden was all dried up, and there were statues everywhere, and there was a big marble tomb with letters carved on it. John could hear Lenny sniffling. Diane said,
John, no, don't go on. You'll upset him too much. He may not sleep at all.
There was a clattering noise as Lenny dropped the receiver, and immediately afterward, Chief Molyneux came on the line and said, I'm sorry, John. He's very upset. He doesn't want to talk about things of that nature. He wishes you a very good night, I'm sure. But let's leave it at that for now, shall we? I don't want the boy to have nightmares.
My God, thought John, if you only knew.
When Chief Molyneux had hung up, Diane sat down on the side of the bed and took John's pulse.
I hope you haven't upset the apple cart, she said.
I think that garden holds the answer to everything, John insisted. I wanted to see if Lenny could give me some clues about it. Anything that might give me an indication of what it means, or where it is. I don't want to go into tonight's dream as unprepared as I was last night.
Well, when you go into the dream, see if you can locate it, Diane suggested. I'll be taking sensory pictures every 11 seconds throughout the course of the night. So if you manage to find it, and if it makes a sufficiently vivid impression on your cerebral cortex, then we should get ourselves a picture of it.
John lay quiet while Diane prepared the sensors that would be stuck to his temples while he slept. Outside the window, the oppressive summer sky changed from heavy grey to deep, dark plum, and then to black. The temperature was still up in the high 80s. The humidity was worse. A single fly circled and circled the fluorescent light on the ceiling. In that summer 200 years ago, when the Pennsylvania Convention had been arguing about the Constitution, one visitor had written that a veritable torture during Philadelphia's hot season is the innumerable flies which constantly light on the face and hands, stinging everywhere and turning everything black because of the filth they leave wherever they light. At last, at about 10:30, John was fully wired up and beginning to feel drowsy. Sister Claire came in to give him his medication and to make sure that he was settled for the night.
I'm sure I hate to leave him sprouting all these wires, she complained.
if he doesn't look like a veal chop on a bed of spaghetti.
John, half dozing, smiled. Then the door closed, and the room was darkened, and there was nothing to see but the ceiling, faintly figured by the lights from Diane's instruments, and nothing to hear but the irregular scratching sound of EEC needles as they danced across their endless rolls of paper. He managed to lift his head a little. He could see Diane leaning over her camera equipment, the faint light shining on her hair.
"See you tomorrow,"
he said hoarsely. She looked up and smiled. "Sweet dreams," she said, and blew him a kiss. They gathered just after 11 o'clock on the second story of the house on Wissahinnok Avenue. Springer appeared to be highly agitated. She paced from one end of the room to the other and kept primping